Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for a very special, long time coming President's Day stream. Folks, I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcast cower. Yes, Phil K.O.E. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E. Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. And I, folks, am really looking forward to this. This is going to be an interesting evening. It's going to be a chill evening. Yes. Apparently it misspelled a chill tream even, which I'm gonna go and I'm gonna get that properfied to an S in the front of it, like it should be. Goodness gracious. Now we're fixed on YouTube. Now, folks, here on the chill stream, even better than the chill tream. This is one that I've been wanting to get into for a while, but there's a lot happening also at the local level. So if you happen to be any of the locals from around here and you want to talk about the bond issue, let me know in the comments and we'll get into it. Tony G and I are going to get into that extensively tomorrow night, 8:30 or 8:45. We're going to go live and we're going to give the community a chance to weigh in. But this is something I've wanted to do for a very long time. For some reason, for the last 4 President's Days in a row, I have just been busier than usually. I've been in a mill, okay? And I just, by the time I get home, I'm dusty and just miserable. Well, tonight, I was in a mill just for a little while, but instead I had to help with a project out in the snow. So instead I was cold and miserable. So that's better. But the President's Day stream, this is something I've been wanting to get into because Tony and I used to do the presidential birthday toast series where we would do a toast to every U.S. president with their favorite drink. We got about 30 in, and then, I kind of stopped doing it because we were down to like the James Polk, Millard Fillmores. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't like we needed to really go that deep. But also in this series, there's going to be a couple extras like Winston Churchill and Martin Luther King Jr. But this series is one that I've really loved, and we're going to start with the great Thomas Jefferson, and then after that, Donald Trump. And I think after that, Calvin Coolidge. You'll see. Like we really get deep into it. So without further ado, folks, let's get into the first presidential birthday toast of Thomas Jefferson. Happy birthday, President Thomas Jefferson, the 3rd president of these United States. Welcome one and all to the Presidential Birthday Toast Series continuation here at the K.O.E. Nation. It is the 13th of this month, and that means it is the birthday of one President Thomas Jefferson. So, today we raise our glass to Thomas Jefferson, the 3rd president of the United States, and one of the original authors of the Declaration of Independence and so many other of our founding documents. Thomas Jefferson was absolutely essential to the American Revolution. Now, he was a flawed individual. He was not a perfect man. He was an embodiment of the best and worst of humanity. He was an angel, a demon, the captain, the iceberg, the windshield, and the bug, all at the same time, which is one of the reasons that I think his life is very much worth studying. He was also a lover of Bordeaux wine. So much so that his home ranch, I would call it a ranch, his home of Monticello was well known for hosting some amazing parties, and it ended up costing him quite a bit of money to keep up with all the costs associated with only wanting the best wine. He would only want the best stuff. And yes, my source for this is Mint Juleps with Teddy Roosevelt, the complete history of presidential drinking. But Thomas Jefferson ended up going into considerable debt to the point where Monticello was, it ended up having to be sold after his death because he spent so much money on wine. And he wanted to have the best of the best, didn't matter what it cost. That was normally a thing that would be said in his letters. Despite that, I think the reason that he loved wine so much, and the reason he loved French wine, is he spent a considerable amount of France, even during our revolution. He spent quite a bit of time over there, a short time in northern Italy, but most of his love of wine was informed by his time in Bordeaux and other regions of France. I think if he were alive today, Chateau La Grande Clinet might be considered the cheap stuff, but I thought a Bordeaux nonetheless would be more than apropos, and considering I'm out here in the middle of Nebraska, beggars can't be choosers. So, Thomas Jefferson, lover of Bordeaux wine. It was also one of the few things that him and President Monroe talked about at length. Was when Monroe got elected president, Thomas Jefferson's letter was, well, congratulations on being elected president. Now let's talk about all the wine we should order. It was kind of a hobby for him. And I must say, yes, he had some good taste in wine, but he hated whiskey. And here's an interesting little tidbit I wanted to bring to you. This was something that he had said in, there we go. This is something that he had once wrote to a French acquaintance. No nation is drunken where wine is cheap, and none sober where the dearness of wine substitutes ardent spirits as the common beverage. It is, in truth, the only antidote to the bane of whiskey. So he was not for whiskey drinking. I don't think you could probably even get a dram of whiskey if you were to go to Monticello. But you could get some of the finest wines and Madeiras and all kinds of marvelous things like that. But Thomas Jefferson was decidedly anti-whiskey, which is very strange considering there's actually a bourbon whiskey that bears his name now. But all that aside, folks, this is the birthday of one Thomas Jefferson, the third president of these United States. So wherever you are, whatever you're drinking, raise a glass to Thomas Jefferson. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Well, folks, we've got many more presidents to go. Such good tannins, it just sticks to your mouth. Definitely good stuff to recommend. We have many more presidents to go, but definitely be sure to like, share, subscribe, because we're not even close to done yet. But folks, before we get there, this is Thomas Jefferson's day. So take up your glass one more time. All of you, raise it once more to the third president of these United States, one of our founding fathers, and a person that the nation that we know today would not exist without. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Thank you for joining me. I'll catch you at the next toast. See you later, folks. Thomas Jefferson. And now we move on to a bit more recent president during his first term. Happy birthday, President Trump. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation for the continuation of the Presidential Birthday Toast Series. Today, we raise our glass of Trump wine to President Donald J. Trump, actually, the 45th right president of election. These United States. So whenever you make a video about modern day presidents, you always have to be careful because there's always going to be controversy. You're always going to have half of your audience is going to be really pissed off and the other half is going to be like, hooray. And so for this one, I'm just going to give down the line. This is our birthday tribute to one Donald J. Trump, the 45th president of these United States. His term was quite the ride, wasn't it, folks? Boy, it was a time. It was an era, and it's one that we're going to look back on and tell future generations about. We were there. we were there. But yes, Donald J. Trump, one of the only presidents that I know of that appointed 3 Supreme Court justices in one term. And his other big accomplishments, he had a tax cut that was able to pass through the House and Senate, and he got signed. And also, to his credit, love him or hate him, the first president since Harding to not get us into any new wars. So that alone. So folks, wherever you're at, whatever you're drinking, this evening I am going to be drinking in toast a bottle of Trump wine from Trump Vineyard, their Meritage release from Monticello, the 2017. So this was actually, the grapes were grown, harvested, pressed. There we go. They were grown, harvested, and pressed, then fermented, then bottled, then stored, and then brought to market, all while Donald J. Trump served in the White House as the president of these United States. So folks, every last one of you, raise a glass to the 45th president of these United States, one Donald J. Trump. Happy birthday, Mr. President. So folks, there's a lot more coming down the pike from the Presidential Birthday Toast series. Be sure to stay right here at K.O.E Nation, YouTube and Twitch to find it all. But we will get to those on their day. Today is President Trump's Day. Raise your glass one more time, folks, to Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States of America. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Excellent stuff. You need to give it a shot sometime. Their Meritage release from Trump Vineyards. But folks, thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. And what the hey, it's my show. Raise your glass one more time to President Donald J. Trump. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Catch you around, folks. Happy birthday, Calvin Coolidge. It is July 4th. Also, the birthday of one former president, Calvin Coolidge. Here at the K.O.E Nation, we try to do toasts to every president and the drinks that they enjoyed. The problem is Calvin Coolidge was, for the most part, a teetotaler. He really didn't drink hardly at all. And considering he served pretty much from the beginning and end of Prohibition, that makes sense. However, Calvin Coolidge did on occasion, very few occasions, enjoy a beer. So, hope anybody at home with a beer, join me as we raise our bottles to one Calvin Coolidge, President of the United States of America. Funny enough, Calvin Coolidge, if you don't know, he was known as having such a dry personality that it was very hard to get him to come out of his shell and talk. There was a woman that walked up to him one time at a White House party and says, "Mr. President, I have a bet that I can get you to say more than 3 words." And the president looks her right in the eye and goes, "You lose," and walks away. He was very dry with his humor, and it just very interesting, and very only on occasion did he imbibe in beer. But I do think that's kind of interesting that in certain elections he would try and court the wet vote, but then would come in as a dry. So that's, as much as we got to give the good, we got to give the bad. Now, the reason I bring that up is this book here, Mint Juleps with Teddy Roosevelt, The Complete History of Presidential Drinking, has been an incredible source for these presidential toasts. And you can expect many more in the future. The other reason we're toasting to Calvin Coolidge with beer is because Springfield Brewery was what helped fund his campaign before he ever ran for president, when he was running for state offices. So this is another instance, folks, where beer played an integral part in American history. So, folks, you're out there anywhere on this 4th of July and you're enjoying this video, as I know you are, please raise one not only for Calvin Coolidge, but for America. Folks, happy 4th of July and happy birthday, Calvin Coolidge.
Hear, hear.
Hear, hear. Catch you later, folks. Happy birthday, President James Buchanan. Welcome one and all to a continuation of the Presidential Birthday Toast series. Today is the birthday of President James Buchanan. He was the 15th president of these United States, and he goes down as one of the worst presidents in our history by almost every historical measure. And when I try to stay positive when I do these, but I'm going to just be very honest, full disclosure. He's my second least favorite president, right behind Tyler. I just find everything about that particular person not all that tasteful. But yes, Buchanan, he was, to be frank, feckless in the face of danger, and when he needed to be stern, he had stern justice when the path of mercy would have been much preferable. There was whenever he should have zigged, he ended up zagging. Like, there was just, you could almost say every decision he made was the wrong one leading up to the Civil War. So, you know, he was, though, despite all that, the president of these United States. And when the country was falling apart, when Lincoln was elected, he even said to friends, I may very well be the last president of these United States. So, considering the Union started falling apart under his watch, you kind of gotta look at it honestly. But despite all of that, you know, I'm sure he was a very capable attorney, would have been a great philosopher. President just was not his calling. So despite all that, folks, still, he enjoyed sherry. So I've got sherry here. So we will do just one. Raise your glass to the president of these United States, the 15th president, occupant of the White House, the occupant of the office of the presidency, James Buchanan. Happy birthday, Mr. President. So, folks, be sure to like, share, subscribe right here, because there's plenty more of the presidential birthday toast that's coming down the pike. But until then, folks, catch you around. Happy birthday, President James Madison, the 4th president of these United States. Welcome one and all to another presidential birthday toast. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. here at the K.O.E. Nation. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe. You know it's the right thing to do. But today we raise our glass to the father of the Constitution, James Madison. He was a very interesting individual, and also one that imbibed quite a bit in champagne. He was probably our shortest president at 5'4", and now, who knows, there might be some variance in his height, but we have no way of knowing that now. But despite all that, and the fact that he wasn't a very charismatic person, he was very cerebral, he still was able to rise to the office of the presidency. And a lot of that credit is given to his wife, who was an amazing entertainer at parties. And James would also show up at these parties. He was pretty much, for about 16 years, the Madisons were entertaining parties in the Virginia, D.C. area. And I think that probably has more to do with him rising to the level of prominence he did, probably more than anything else. During his presidency, he was actually the president of the United States during one of our great crises, the War of 1812. And despite all that, again, Mrs. Madison is credited with really getting some very key pieces of art out of the White House and preserving them. Otherwise, they would have just been lost to the fires and lost to history. Library of Alexandria all over again. So we do credit Mrs. Madison with saving some very key parts of American history. He was also the president that oversaw the Louisiana Purchase and basically finalized it. So quite an interesting president, quite an interesting man. And on his birthday, we raise a glass to the fourth president of these United States, President Madison. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Marvelous stuff. So, folks, thank you for being here for this amazing presidential birthday toast of the one and only James Madison, the fourth president of these United States, the father of our Constitution. And folks, there's plenty more to come, but this here is Madison's Day. So folks, everybody at home, raise a glass and toast to the fourth president of these United States, James Madison. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Catch you around, folks.
Yeah, that would be a little disconcerting, wouldn't it? But no,
Only partly bald.
this depends on the height of my head. No. Hey, which president is this?
Ooh, Ulysses S. Grant. This is a good one. Happy birthday, President Ulysses S. Grant. Welcome, one and all, to the continuation of the Presidential Birthday Series. Today, we raise our glass in toast to one of the most underrated presidents in all U.S. history, one Ulysses S. Grant. Now, the man also had a very unenviable reputation and an unfair reputation as a drunkard. There was no documentation of him ever using alcohol in battle or during any campaign, yet this was a reputation that those who didn't like him used throughout his career against him. But there's really no actual evidence of this. The only evidence that there is that Grant was a lightweight when it came to alcohol. Many of his underlings would write to others that any alcohol, whether it be champagne, just 1 dram of whiskey, you would immediately see flushing in his cheeks. So he was undisputedly one of the lightweights of presidential drinking. But the idea that he was a drunkard, the facts don't really bear that out. He was one of any person second only to Abraham Lincoln in leading our nation through the Civil War. So the idea of him getting elected president afterwards doesn't really shock all that much. And he considered Abraham Lincoln amongst one of the greatest human beings he ever knew. It was, I don't know if you would call their relationship a friendship, but it was a deep respect for one another. He was the person that actually negotiated the surrender of Robert E. Lee. And that was a very interesting, if you want to just take the time to read just that exchange, it's a very good it's a very good lesson in who needs a deal and who doesn't need a deal. And Grant knew he didn't have to make any deal at all. So it's a very, very good piece of interesting piece of history to read. But yes, he was a president that he served in the military during the Mexican-American War. And he even opined, strangely enough, in a quote that will ring through the ages, that the Civil War was divine retribution for our aggressions in the Mexican-American War. That was his actual quote. So he was a complicated man who understood battle. He also smoked a lot of cigars. He was known after some very unfortunate battles during the Civil War. He'd be standing on a hill, seeing what was going on, chomping on a cigar, just thinking. So regardless of all of that, President Ulysses S. Grant, who was born Hiram Grant, but when he joined the military academy, they put his name down as Ulysses S. Grant. And rather than going through the problems and the military paperwork of trying to change it, he just went by it for the rest of his life. So regardless, folks, today we raise our glass to one Ulysses S. Grant, the president of these United States. Folks, raise your glass of whatever you may have, whatever spirit. I'm picking bourbon because there was limited times throughout his life he would indulge in bourbon. So raise your glass, folks, to whatever you got, to one President Ulysses S. Grant. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Good stuff. I decided to go with Colonel E.H. Taylor because, I mean, he did make it to general. So clearly he was a colonel at one point. So all that being said, folks, regardless, today is his day. Raise your glass one more time to President Hiram Ulysses S. Grant. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Well, folks, this was a wonderful time. Be sure to like, share, subscribe right here at the K.O.E Nation. There's plenty more of the presidential birthday toast to come. Until then,
And plenty more coming
catch you
tonight.
around,
Don't go
folks.
nowhere, folks. We got more. It's President's Day. We're going over all the President's Day toasts. Every one of them I've ever done. We even we're going to include also Winston and Martin Luther King Jr. They also get toast here as well.
Happy birthday, President Benjamin Harrison. Welcome, one and all,
That was
to
my
K.O.E
old
Nation,
camera, clearly.
as we continue our toast to all the presidents on their birthday. Today, we raise our glass to one President Harrison. A lot of folks may not know this, but President Harrison also served in the 70th Infantry Division of Indiana during the Civil War, and he was a colonel. So I thought, what better drink than Colonel E.H. Taylor? Because a lot of folks may not know this, but he was, for the most part, a teetotaler. Or what, not a complete teetotaler, but he certainly campaigned as one. One of his most famous campaign speeches was right after a temperance speaker came up who made a very impassioned speech about temperance, and he knew what the crowd was. So he comes out and he says, well, I must say, I am as inexperienced in making temperance speeches as I am in drinking whiskey. And the crowd, he had won them over. What can I say? Although he himself even admitted in letters to his wife during the war, he did lightly touch a bit of bourbon. And that's why I figured Colonel E.H. Taylor, small batch bourbon, would be perfect. I mean, we got a colonel, why not? Now, he did later ascend to presidency. And the only other time that they can attest that President Harrison ever Oh, you can tell I'm really looking forward to this one. The only time he ever admitted to drinking was the Dewar's Corporation, a Scotch corporation, had sent him a cask. Apparently, Andrew Carnegie was known for giving casks of scotch to people that were more or less in his favor, like folks like Mark Twain, President Harrison. A lot of folks were privy to this Carnegie scotch, which Mark Twain called the smoothest whiskey in all the land. Who knows now, but at the time, apparently that was some rather impressive stuff. But during the war, he did drink bourbon, and that was admitted. So I figured, what better than to raise a glass to the President and Colonel Harrison. He was also descended from a lot of our founding fathers. Pretty much anybody in the Declaration era with the name Harrison, he was descended from them. So let's see. Colonel E.H. Taylor Small Batch Bourbon. Also, my first time taste of this marvelous bourbon, which actually the distillery was distilling at least during Prohibition and a little bit before. They had a medical license exemption. So this will probably be at least closer to the bourbon that President Harrison were to experience in the war than, some of your standard fare, mass-produced bourbons. So, see how it hits the nose, folks. Ooh, caramel, very sweet caramel. So, before I hit the lips, let me just say to President Harrison, happy birthday, Mr. President. That is lovely. That is absolutely lovely. As a bourbon, I will rate that quite highly, but we'll get into that a later time. So, folks, whatever you have, if you have any old bourbon, raise your glass, your cup, whatever you might have, whatever container of liquid you have, with whatever spirit or libation you enjoy, and raise it to President Harrison. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Catch you later, folks. Happy birthday, President James Buchanan. Welcome, one and all, to a continuation of the Presidential Birthday Toast series. Today is the birthday of President James Buchanan. He was the 15th president of these United States, and he goes down as one of the worst presidents in our history by almost every historical measure. And when I try to stay positive when I do these, but I'm going to just be very honest, full disclosure. He's my second least favorite president, right behind Tyler. I just find everything about that particular person not all that tasteful. But yes, Buchanan, he was, to be frank, feckless in the face of danger, and when he needed to be stern, he had stern justice when the path of mercy would have been much preferable. There was whenever he should have zigged, he ended up zagging. Like, there was just, you could almost say every decision he made was the wrong one leading up to the Civil War. So, he was, though, despite all that, the president of these United States. And when the country was falling apart, when Lincoln was elected, he even said to friends, I may very well be the last president of these United States. So, considering the Union started falling apart under his watch, you gotta
you got to look at it honestly. But despite all of that, I'm sure he was a very capable attorney, would have been a great philosopher. President just was not his calling. So despite all that, folks, still, he enjoyed sherry. So I've got sherry here. So we will do just one. Raise your glass to the President of these United States, the 15th President, occupant of the White House, the occupant of the office of the presidency, James Buchanan. Happy birthday, Mr. President. So, folks, be sure to like, share, subscribe right here because there's plenty more of the presidential birthday toast that's coming down the pike. But until then, folks, catch you around.
Happy birthday, President Obama. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for our birthday presidential toast, where we go through the favorite drinks of all of the U.S. presidents. And today, the 4th of August, is Obama's birthday. So, we're going to get into one of his favorite drinks. But Obama was actually a fairly eclectic drinker. He was known for enjoying beer. He liked fine wines. And one of the other things that he enjoyed was a martini, which we're going to make this evening. And while I'm preparing this martini, I'll discuss some of the other moments of Obama's presidential drinking. There we go. A little bit of dry vermouth necessary. Obama was noted for having a honey porter and a honey ale from the First Lady's beekeeping. There we go. From the First Lady's beehive. And those are very sought after in D.C. It was very hard for your average Joe to get their hands on such a thing. But it was a well-known commodity in Washington, D.C. He also, when he went to his ancestral pub in Ireland, knew to let his Guinness sit to let the foam go down so the bartender could add more in the never-ending search in Ireland for the perfect pint. And he actually did kill his pint. So he was a very seasoned drinker in beer. With wine, he liked good stuff from California, good stuff from Europe. And the other thing that he was less known for, but he did enjoy a good martini. I suspect it's because Obama was one of the class of presidents that also really enjoyed playing poker. FDR, Richard Nixon, Obama are the first 3 presidents that come to mind when you think of the game poker. And strangely enough, FDR really loved him a martini as well. This one is made with London Dry Gin, Tanqueray. This is a pretty standard martini. Just gonna shake it up just lightly, folks. And yeah, he was the 44th president of these United States. Loved himself a good martini. He also famously had a beer summit with, I believe it was a police officer and a college professor that had some sort of altercation. And so he decided I'll sit down and have a beer with both of them. And it became known as the beer summit henceforth. And with any martini, you can either garnish with lemon or olive. I got some olives handy, so guess which one we're going with, folks. There we are. And there we are, the standard martini. I suspect quite a few of these were drank at poker games.
that led up to, and maybe even a few after the election of Barack Obama. And he also has the distinction of having at least two New York Times bestsellers, Dreams of My Father and The Audacity of Hope. I I can't remember off the top of my head if he has any other New York Times bestsellers, but I know he's got two, which not bad, not bad. So, to Barack Hussein Obama, the 44th president of these United States, happy birthday, Mr. President. Well, folks, this has been my birthday toast to the 44th president of these United States, Barack Hussein Obama. Folks, please join me as we dive in deeper and we raise our glass in toast to every president of these United States. Plenty more to come, but for today, happy birthday, Mr. President. Welcome, one and all, as we continue our presidential birthday toast series. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., as we toast the current sitting president, Donald J. Trump, born in Queens, New York. He is the current and 45th president of the United States. This is the first time I've ever gotten to do such a thing. We've done it for past presidents over at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. We're now carrying that over here. And normally it's a toast of a president's favorite alcohol. Donald Trump does not drink. President Trump is very non-alcoholic in his life due to experiences in his own personal life. His son, Eric Trump, has a vineyard in Virginia. I was considering trying to get a bottle of that, but it is June and you do not order wine over the mail. Otherwise, during summer months, the heat will ruin your wine. So that's my recommendation. If you're wanting to get one, get it in the fall if you're wanting to get some Trump wine. But it's well known that the president is a fan of Diet Coke. So I figured what would be more appropriate on the current sitting president's birthday than a Diet Coke. I'm at least trying to, add a little flavor. An ice ball with one cherry in it, because why not? There we are. So his legacy, it's not really fair to speak on it because his legacy isn't fully written yet. He is our current sitting president, and we will have the benefit of hindsight to look back upon it when that time is done. But in the meantime, boy, howdy, sir, you're the current sitting president, and I enjoy peace and I enjoy prosperity, and I hope that you lead us all to both. We'll see. But folks, join me with this small little toast to 45. To you, Mr. President. It's Diet Coke. So, folks, join me as we continue the Toast to the President series here on KOE Nation. All sitting presidents will be honored. We have a lot of presidents coming up in the next month. We've got Coolidge. We've got, I believe, Obama is next month. We've got a lot of presidents that we're going to be giving a toast to with their favorite kinds of alcohol. I will be giving you a preview of all the different types of presidents that we will be giving toast to. But please, join us on this interesting journey as we give an interesting deep dive omnibus of the varying drinks that every president enjoys. And it's a way for us to connect through the past, and it's a way for us to connect to our history. So, folks, this has been your King of Extreme, signing off, handing it off to all of you. And one last drink. Happy birthday, Mr. President.
Catch you on the flip side, folks. A very happy birthday to the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Welcome, one and all, as we raise a glass in toast to the good doctor on his birthday. Welcome, one and all. Now, folks, here on Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, I figured it would be appropriate to raise a glass and toast him in one of his favorite drinks. And it took a lot of research to find what was the drink that he really enjoyed. And to as much as my research could find, he really enjoyed a basic screwdriver. Screwdriver, I'm sure most of you know, very basic, 1 part vodka, 1 part orange juice. Now, to me, that's very on brand. It's very on point to who he was. He was a man of the people. He was often going to be having late night discussions at kitchen tables at random people's houses throughout his life. And so just a very simple part vodka, part orange juice. Now, I'm also sure, being from the South, he had access to marvelous fresh oranges and fresh squeezed orange juice, which probably made it quite a bit better. But this was what I could find that he enjoyed in his life, was the vodka screwdriver, which I don't think it would have been quite as on point if his favorite drink would have been like some $900 scotch or something. That this is very much a drink that could be found pretty much anywhere he would have found himself. Now, the reason we drink to this spectacular man is because he was a rare individual that he saw the world for what it was, wanted to change it, set about to change it, and left the world better than he found it. That's the big one. A lot of people get to those first 3 and then they leave the world worse off than they even started. This happens a lot. Martin Luther King Jr. left the world better than he found it, no matter how you want to measure it. So all of us, let's come together and raise our glass in toast to one Martin Luther King Jr., Dr. Reverend, one of the titans of the 20th century. Happy birthday, Reverend. Whew. I might have gone a little strong on the vodka, but at least for my palate, still refreshing and will help you relax on a gentle Sunday afternoon, or in this case, a Monday afternoon. So for all of us, raise our glass one more time to this amazing man, this titan of the 20th century, one of the best speakers, certainly of the 20th century. His "I Have a Dream" speech will echo into the eons. In my personal opinion, his speech, "Why I Oppose the War in Vietnam," was his best crafted, his best delivered, most timely, and most persuasive speech. So I do encourage you to look that up. And for any young people out there, definitely look up his Blueprint for Life speech. That was also well worth examining. But folks, we raise our glass to the good doctor on his birthday. Happy birthday, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Catch you later, folks. I do not seek, nor do I accept K.O.E. Sark Scotch whiskey in a styrofoam glass. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for our presidential toast of one Lyndon Baines Johnson. Happy birthday, Mr. President. We are here to enjoy one of LBJ's favorite drinks, K.O.E. Sark's.
Really, Bandit? Really? He goes, hey, Phil, gin. Give me a minute. I'm going to find one. I'll be right back. So I just popped open this Coca-Cola. I was just enjoying it. And I'm going to need it to wash the taste out of my mouth. So, all right. The audience asks. You will receive. I'm going to put the video back on for just a minute or two because I got to get a gin glass and I got to get my gin. So I'll be right back. Don't worry. I'm coming. And yes, Bandit. Long time no see, you no good rapscallion ne'er-do-well. Well, good to see you too, Bandit. We need to talk about Sundays. I think you and I can make something work then, but we got to talk about that another time. All right, let's get a little deeper into this while I get all my accoutrements.
Scotch. It was well known that that was something he thoroughly enjoyed. He would normally have it in a styrofoam cup, and I'm sorry, I do not seek nor do I accept any such setup of K.O.E. Sark. I've never had this particular Scotch whiskey before. LBJ was known to really, really enjoy it. So, my father warned me this would be not the best Scotch I've ever had. But we'll see. We shall see. So, LBJ, a very interesting character. He rose to power through the tragic death of one John Fitzgerald Kennedy. It was an unfortunate thing that happened, but this is history nonetheless. So he rose to power, and he was an interesting fellow. He was a guy who he had a ranch in Texas about the size of Rhode Island. And the reason that I bring up K.O.E. Sark is the folks who were on his Secret Service detail on his home ranch, they kind of jokingly called themselves glorified barkeeps because LBJ would drive everywhere on his ranch, maybe about anywhere from 90 to 115 miles an hour, just drove like a madman. And he would have people with him and he would be conducting state business. And then he would stop, pull over, shake his glass out the window. The Secret Service would refill the ice, refill his scotch with K.O.E. Sark, and he would continue on his way. And some people might even say, Mr. President, I think you're going a little fast. And he'd take off his, I don't know if it was an 8-gallon or a 10-gallon cowboy hat. Knowing LBJ is probably a 10-gallon. Puts it right over the speedometer so you can't tell how fast he's going. And in his mind, that fixes the problem. He was an interesting fella. So he always would have his scotch on the rocks. So that was how he was known. Scotch on the rocks, LBJ, in terms of presidential drinking, are just ubiquitous with each other. You really can't separate one without the other. If you're discussing presidential drinking in terms of just scotch on the rocks, I mean, the heavyweights of that are Eisenhower and LBJ. There's really nobody else that even comes close. There are other lovers of scotch, but even the other presidents kind of have to, Eisenhower and LBJ got that. So he was an interesting fella. He also, strangely enough, I'm sorry, it just kind of does bear mentioning, he liked to be nude a lot. His aides found this very distracting, that the president would be nude a lot. Like if there was a pool or they were going to be by a lake or there was some body of water, you could pretty much bet your bottom dollar the president was going to be as naked as the day he was born. So that was an interesting aspect of his personality. But
with no further ado, let's try my first taste of Cutty Sark. We're going to do it on the rocks because that's the way the president liked it. So, to one Lyndon Baines Johnson, the former president of these United States. Happy birthday, Mr. President. You know, I've had worse scotch, I will say. I can see why this is a good beginner, good interim scotch. If you put it on enough rocks, it just goes down easy. So, okay, I will get into a full review of this scotch at a later time. But for everybody at home, if you're following me with a dram of whiskey, your favorite spirit or libation, whatever it may be, raise it one more time in a toast to one Lyndon Baines Johnson, the former president of these great United States. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Catch you later, folks. All right, well, let's look at the next one we've fallen before I pause it. Oh, wow. Okay, this is going to be extra bitter because the next one's... No, stop it. Stop it. Because the next one's Bill Clinton. So, yeah, that's going to be painful. So, right after this. So, folks, let's see. We need just something here to set this on. Tea bottle to the rescue again. This is Dre's gin. Well, without further ado, let's just get right into it. Folks, you have indeed arrived here at this review of Still Gin by Dre and Snoop. Yes, Still Gin by Dre and Snoop. 42.5% alcohol by volume, 85 proof, 750 milliliters, despite the look of the bottle. Folks, I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E. You can, of course, find me at K.O.E Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. And we're going to get it right into this review. On the back, it reads, Legends Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg raise American gin to the next level in crafting our ultra-premium still gin. Contemporary yet elegant, this boldly botanical spirit bursts with notes of tangerine, rose, and coriander for an unforgettable aromatic finish. Iconic taste, Still Dre and Snoop. Yeah. All right, we're going to see if this lives up to the hype here. This is a gift Tony and Chicken gave me for Christmas last year. So this was... You know, they always give me some kind of gin because they know I'm not a big fan of gin. But let's hear it. Respectable. Got a real cork, too. All right. Now, I've had a lot more gin than I've ever wanted. I poured a lot here because, you know what? It's been a while, and Bandit's one of those subscribers that he deserves it when he asks for it. Okay, folks? We serve the K.O.E Nation audience here. Now, because I did kind of overpour that. But it gives me a chance to get a proper nose of it. Oh, that's gin. Ooh, that's gin. Now, the thing is, to its credit, like, you know, normally when you smell gin, it's got a very solventy, chemical, like almost window cleaner. This doesn't have, like, I'm trying to think of like some of the other gins that they've gotten me over the years just to try to really mess with me. But this one's actually lightly on the pleasant side, like the Indigo gin that Snoop came out with a couple years ago. It was the best of gin anyways, because they added some flavoring to it. So it was at least, when people would make me take shots, I'd be like, please make it the Indigo. Please, please, please. But then they'd be like, nope, you got to take a straight shot of Tanqueray. So we'll see how this is straight because the audience has requested it. Yes, folks. The subscribers here to K.O.E Nation and Big Buck and Empire, they can make the performers take shots, and that's a privilege that Trey has invoked this evening. So, to fight and stealing and drinking. If you're going to fight, well, actually, first, let's take a sip, and then we'll take a shot. Okay, it starts off as that bitter gin, but then there's actually kind of a delightful aftertaste, which for gin is like 1 in a million. Like I've never found a gin with a delightful aftertaste. So you're already, but like, yeah, it's got that initial. So if you love gin, you're going to know where you are. You're definitely going to be in familiar territory. If you don't like gin, this would be one that if you had to make a gin cocktail, I would say, yeah, Snoop and Dre, still gin. Now, folks, like it's often said, to fight and stealing and drinking. If you're going to fight, may it be for a friend. If you're going to steal, may it be a lover's heart. And if you're going to drink, by God, I hope it's with me. Oh! Ew! Gross! I hope you're happy, Trey. Okay. Dre and Snoop, still gin. Folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, that has been this review of the Still Gin by Dre and Snoop. God bless all y'all. Travel well. Yeah. Yep, there you go, folks. The Still Gin by Dre and Snoop. There we are. There you have it. Well, thank you, Trey. Took a shot of Sunset Hills Bowman Brothers gin. Well, thank you. Thank you, sir. Now, you're allowed to like take a shot of like actually something good if you want, even. You're not restricted. Now, speaking of something shockingly good, this next drink is one that you might not think is that good, but once you have it, you're like, ooh, that's delightful. So this was, well, let's just get right in.
Happy birthday, Bill Clinton. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation as we raise our glass in salute to every U.S. president. This is the birthday of one William Jefferson Clinton. So, he was one of the more famous presidents of our modern era. He was a man who I like to really emphasize persuasion. Whenever I'm on either the Dog and Chicken Show or any other shows, I like to emphasize the idea of persuasion. He was perhaps one of the most persuasive presidents of our modern era. He had one of the best lines in terms of pure persuasion. American people, I feel your pain. Like it was just, that was what won him the election. I feel your pain. And so in terms of persuasion, the guy knew what he was doing. He was originally a governor of Arkansas. Before that, he had a pretty extensive tour of Ivy League schools. He even spent a small time at Oxford, which is where he picked up the love for a certain drink called snakebite. Snakebite is half hard apple cider, half lager. So I have a nice little German style lager, cross strain from here in Nebraska. So good stuff. So we are going to make a snake bite. But strangely enough, when Bill Clinton returned to the UK, I believe it was actually after his term as president had concluded, or it was shortly thereafter. Straighten out my presidential pocket square. Hey, very on brand. When he returned, it was actually a violation of certain barkeeping laws in England, serving laws, that they could not serve a snake bite. And to me, whether you agree or disagree with any president, by God, that's the president of the United States visiting you, should serve that man his snake bite. So, in honor of the snake bite he did not get to have, we are going to make one here tonight. Snake bite's pretty easy to make. If you have these ingredients at home, feel free to join along. It's pretty much just a basic half and half. Half beer, let that settle for a minute. Bill Clinton, also strangely enough, he is part of a very long line of presidents where his original birth name was going to be William Jefferson Blythe Jr. That was his biological father's name, but he tragically died in an auto accident a few months before Bill Clinton was ever born. And so I don't know if it was shortly after, at some point, he was adopted by Roger Clinton, and he kept the name Clinton clearly until his adulthood. So that's something he also shares with President Gerald Ford, is a completely different birth name versus the name that they go by, which isn't widely reported. Fascinating to me. But it's unfortunate that it came due to tragedy, but that is what it is. Roger Clinton, this is another interesting presidential fraternity that Bill Clinton belongs to. Roger Clinton was an alcoholic and was abusive. And so that was an example that Bill Clinton saw. And he was a fairly moderate drinker throughout his life. You really couldn't identify too many heavily drunk moments unless Bill Clinton had to deal with Boris Yeltsin. That's actually, Clinton had to get quite heavily intoxicated whenever Yeltsin would visit, because apparently that was Yeltsin at his easiest to deal with, which that's actually kind of funny. So, all right, we got us. Let's let that settle here. Get our handy dandy bar spoon. Mix it up good and proper so we know we've got a good mix of lager and cider. So, let's try this particular favorite of one William Jefferson Clinton, to the former president of these United States, William Jefferson Clinton. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Okay, that's delightful. That is good. Wow. I don't like beer. I don't drink beer hardly ever. That's good. That's just objectively good. So, wow. Well, I can see why you like that one, Mr. President. So, folks, please, even if all you got's a beer, or if you have a hard cider, raise your glass in toast to one of the presidents of these United States, one William Jefferson Clinton. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Catch you later, folks. Happy birthday, President William McKinley. Welcome, one and all, folks. Today, we are going to raise our glass here at the K.O.E. Nation to one President William McKinley, the 25th president of these United States, here on his birthday. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., and we're here to go deeper into the presidential birthday toast series. So, President William McKinley. He was actually the president that was in power when America grew and became a world superpower. He was the president that led our country through the Spanish American War. And he also holds the unfortunate distinction of he held office until 1901 when he was assassinated. So that was a very unfortunate development that happened at the end of President McKinley's life that did lead to the creation of the Secret Service. So President McKinley really was kind of one of those transitionary presidents from what you could call almost the ye olden times to very much our modern era. So he was very much the president that transitioned us. He was also, if you might not know, a lover of rye whiskey. He was a Republican president, and if you were born in the South, you would enjoy bourbon. If you were born closer to the Northeast, you would enjoy rye whiskey. That was just kind of the way of it. So he was known to, he would serve wine to his guests. He would serve wine with dinner, and he would occasionally have a few sips of whiskey when he would relax at the end of the night. He was also well known as a war hero who served under Rutherford B. Hayes. So that was where he gained his main distinction, was service in the Civil War, and I imagine a few other involvements afterwards. So that's where he got his initial acclaim, was being very much an apprentice under Rutherford B. Hayes. So we raise our glass to this very interesting man on his birthday, the 25th president of these United States. He also ran against Nebraska's own William Jennings Bryan, who, strangely enough, he had his own cocktail called McKinley's Delight. And I'm going to be referencing Mint Juleps with Teddy Roosevelt, A Complete History of Presidential Drinking by Mark Will Weber. I really cannot recommend this book enough. But the McKinley Delight, or remember the name, however you want to know it, 3 ounces of rye whiskey. Whoo, that's going to be very spirit forward. And they say shoot for at least 100 proof. This one's not even close to that, but still excellent rye whiskey if you can get your hands on Mitcher's single barrel rye whiskey. Well worth the time. So 3 ounces of rye whiskey, 1 ounce of sweet vermouth, 2 dashes of cherry brandy, and here's the thing that I find kind of interesting, 1 dash of absinthe, which there's very few cocktails that actually call for absinthe. So maybe next year for McKinley's birthday, I might actually whip one of those up, or I might just make one for a cocktail video. But today we're just enjoying a sip of good old rye whiskey. Also, strangely enough, he also ran, when he ran against William Jennings Bryan, the Democrats made something called the free silver gin fizz because McKinley was a strict gold standard backer. So, which was kind of strange because they referred to him as our beerless leader, because William Jennings Bryan was a teetotaler. He was against alcohol consumption pretty much in its entirety, if you will. Also, interestingly enough, I just wanted to point out, because we're talking about presidential drinking and a toast to him, if you also have a bottle of Dewar's Scotch, Andrew Carnegie also bestowed to President McKinley a cask of Dewar's Scotch. He did that to pretty much any president that was around during his lifetime. If you were a contemporary of Andrew Carnegie and you were the president of the United States, or just somebody that he liked, for example, Mark Twain also got a cask of this Dewar's whiskey. It was not uncommon for a president to be gifted such from Andrew Carnegie. But today, folks, enough of that. We raise our glass to this president, this 25th president of these United States, the man who led the United States into becoming a world superpower, and a man who holds the unfortunate distinction of being one of the assassinated presidents of our United States. So we raise our glass to one President McKinley. Happy birthday, Mr. President. So, folks, thank you for joining us here for this presidential birthday toast of one President McKinley. But don't go too far, because tomorrow we have two presidential birthdays to hit at the same time. So you can join us for either of those. And we will just have to wait and see, folks. Please join us, and I'll see you there. Happy birthday, President Taft. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation as we dive even deeper into our presidential birthday toast series. As today we raise our glass in toast to one William Taft. So, today we raise our glass to a very moderate drinker. He was known as being one of the largest presidents we ever had, but in terms of drinking, he was downright a lightweight. He very rarely drank anything other than champagne. He would let other people imbibe, and he even used scotch as kind of a way to trick his aides into sitting in on meetings that they didn't really want to sit in on. He would say, well, come on, sit down, have a scotch and soda. And he'd have a bottle of some really good scotch. They couldn't resist. So he was very, very light. He would occasionally drink champagne. And now I have some bottles of whiskey here, and I'll get into why in a moment. And as always, my primary source is the book Mint Juleps with Teddy Roosevelt by one Mark Will Weber. Excellent book, definitely worth a shot, definitely worth a read. All right, so now for those who don't know, there is a right and a wrong way to open a bottle of champagne, sparkling wine, what have you. Me, I have a bottle of Prosecco handy. It's the first day of harvest. I'm not going to have the best bubbly out, but turns out William Howard Taft didn't really care about the best bubbly either. There was times that he would pull the Nixon and he'd swap out the good stuff with some mild stuff, depending on how many guests there were going to be. But he would occasionally have some bubbly, but we'll get into why he would have whiskey later. But for those who don't know, the right and wrong way to open a bottle of sparkling wine. The wrong way is to take this tinfoil off and let it pop and possibly hit somebody or something and break it, and all the bubbles come out and you lose all the flavor. That is terrible. No, what you do, take your thumb, place it on top of the bottle here. This little safety, you unscrew it until it's completely loose. Now, the warmer it is, the more it's going to want to shake out. Now you put your hand completely around the cork, spin the bottle on the bottom there, let it spin, let it spin, let it spin. Here we go. And you're just going to hear a slight little, that's it. And now all that carbonation and all that flavor stays in the drink you're about to have. Look how bubbly and delicious that is. For Ruffino Prosecco, it's product of Italia. It's a pretty basic sparkling wine. But look at how much bubble and carbonation you get out of that. Simply marvelous. Well, before I take my first drink, I was a little eager there. Before I do that, folks, if you're with me, if you're at home, if you are joining me, raise your glass to one President Taft, the President of these United States and the only person in American history to hold the distinction of being a President of the United States of America and to serve on our U.S. Supreme Court. So a man who held a tremendous amount of power. So, folks, raise your glass to one President and Justice Taft. Happy birthday, Mr. President. That's just downright lovely. Now, for those of you wondering, why do I have these bottles of whiskey here? Taft was known to not drink whiskey. There is no record of him ever enjoying whiskey. Well, William Howard Taft was the man with the Taft decision. He was the person that dictated what rules would decide what whiskeys became what. And what do I mean by that? He was the person that decided what rules determined if it was a Kentucky whiskey, if it was a Kentucky straight whiskey, what determines whether it is a bourbon or not, which bourbon has to be at least 51% corn, has to be made in America, has to be made from fresh oak barrels, and has to be aged for a minimum amount of time to legally call it bourbon. Taft was the person that decided this is what makes it bourbon, this is what makes it a blended whiskey, this is what makes it a straight whiskey, and a lot of the different metrics for whiskey that we still use today were all decided by one President Taft. So folks, if you're a lover of bourbon, if you're a lover of some American blend, or you're a lover of any type of all-American spirit or libation, raise your glass one more time to one President Taft. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Catch you later, folks. Happy birthday, George W. Bush, 43rd President of these United States. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation page for our Presidential Toast Series, where we go through and we toast every single U.S. president. So, we have arrived at the birthday of one George W. Bush, 43rd President. Strangely enough, George W. Bush no longer drinks. He quit drinking a very, very long time ago. One of my primary sources, Mint Juleps of Teddy Roosevelt, The Complete History of Presidential Drinking by Mark Will Weber. Really good read. I recommend it. The only thing that I could derive as any kind of brand or any kind of preferred alcohol was a confrontation between George W. Bush's wife and Bush himself. Laura Bush and George Bush had a confrontation where she said, it's either the bourbon or me. Or she didn't say it exactly like that, but she put it in that kind of way. So, as much as I can tell, at one point or another, our 43rd president enjoyed him some bourbon. Nowadays, he doesn't do that, and he takes mostly to painting, but that's neither here nor there. So, Maker's Mark Store Pick. This is from the Still in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Right.
So you can only get this at the Still in the Lincoln. So shout out to the Still. God knows we've got plenty of stuff on our shelves thanks to them. I will use that at another time. All right. Maker's Mark Store Pick. The oak finishing staves, baked American pure number 2, seared French cuvee, Maker's 46, roasted French mocha, and toasted French spice. So,
this sounds really good.
Yeah, this sounds, this was a little bit more expensive bottle than normal.
Sure.
Store picks generally are. I'm looking forward to this.
I'm interested.
Thanks for including me.
Yeah, no problem, sir. All right. Maker's Mark Bourbon. Store pick. First time I've ever had such a thing. All right, folks. Let's see how it hits the nose.
Wow.
There's some ethanol there, but...
Yeah, there is. But that is a sweet...
but not strong.
Floral.
Oh, very sweet bourbon smell.
54.6 ABV.
All right.
109.2 proof. So that's why I'm getting a pretty heavy ethanol smell in there, despite a very sweet nose.
Yeah, very sweet.
Might make hand sanitizer.
be an awful waste of some good
I was
booze.
gonna say,
No,
let's sample it before we start using it to sanitize.
Down the hatch, folks. See how it hits the palate.
Mm. Mm.
Hmm.
Not most things over 100
Wow.
that sweet.
I was about to say,
Oh, that finish.
That,
Oh, that is a refreshing finish.
that doesn't burn. It doesn't.
I
burn.
have a
No.
little burn, but not much.
Very subtle, if anything.
Like if you were going to compare it to the Bookers we got over there,
yeah,
which
yeah,
is
yeah.
comparable in its ABV,
Comparable.
this is way smoother.
I agree. This is very subtle. The initial flavor is very nice, very sweet, mellow bourbon flavor. Then if you hold it in your mouth, you get a bit of that tingle. But
The spice and cinnamon.
but the finish, very refreshing for a bourbon. I gotta say that's probably the most gasping of clean air I've had on a bourbon.
Yep. You like your scotches and Irish whiskeys with a bit of a minty
Yeah.
end. So
Yeah.
this is perfect for you.
Yeah. Oh, the finish. I'm loving the finish. On
So, Germs, what are your initial thoughts before we get into scoring?
I mean,
this. Oh yeah.
like I said, anything over 100 proof or 100% or 100 proof, 50 plus percent.
Hmm.
Normally burns like a mother, and this is, you can still taste the sweet in it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this still
Agreed.
has that bourbon sweet while
Yes.
still having a really high, boy,
Bourbon should try to be like that. That's what bourbon should be like.
Maker's Mark Private Select. Folks, if you're out there and you're having a hard time getting your hands on any of those boutique bourbons that are really high dollar, I think a Maker's store pick might serve you quite well.
I was just say any lovers of bourbon.
Yeah.
This one might be one you want to seek out. Anybody who's making a road trip for specific types of bourbon. This is one I would highly recommend to do so. I'm very impressed.
If you're anywhere in Lincoln, Nebraska, stop by the still. They got this right up front of the store. This is good stuff. Okay, guys.
Wow.
We are going to start the grading. It's going to be 4 scales.
Okay.
As a bourbon, as a whiskey, as a brown spirit, and
Shelving.
shelving.
Of course.
So, as a bourbon, 1 to 5 stars.
As a bourbon, I'm giving this a 4.25.
4.25
I
as a bourbon.
really like this.
I'll go 4 or 5.
4.5, 4.5 as a bourbon. I have to give this 4 stars. I can't. It is that great.
Yeah.
As a whiskey, putting this up against all the scotches, putting it up against all the Irish whiskeys, all the Canadian whiskeys, all of the other bourbons, American whiskeys, what have you, Japanese whiskey.
3.75.
3.75. Germs.
Let's go 4 point.
4 stars as a whiskey. This is one I think Germs is impressed by. As a whiskey, I'm gonna have to agree. 4 stars. It is that good. It is just an amazingly good whiskey. As a brown spirit,
it's a bourbon, so I wouldn't be as stubborn to cocktail it, because this is one that I think would cocktail very nicely. And I think that helps it a lot on my scale, and I'm going to give this a 3.75.
damn, the fact that it broke your 3.5 star
Yeah.
barrier shows Tony likes this stuff. As a brown spirit, sir, this is putting it up against all the cognacs, brandies, rums, some of the reposado tequilas. I mean, any kind of brown spirit.
4.0.
4.
Sticking with 4.
He's pretty much, to Germs, this is 4 stars almost all the way through. Didn't you give it 4.5 on the bourbon?
Yeah.
All right, so, wow. Now, before we get into shelving, let me ask you something, Germs. Is this a bottle you might seek out for yourself?
I'm going to Lincoln tomorrow.
Okay, all right.
There you have it.
Tony, would this be a bottle you would add to your collection?
I don't buy a lot of bourbon unless I have reason to, and this one would give me a reason to. I really like this specific entry on the Makers series.
Yeah,
it's very nice. Yeah, I would definitely pick a bottle of this up.
As a brown spirit, 4.25. I could do a lot
Wow.
with this in terms of cocktail
Man,
and in
that's
terms
impressive.
of I could do a shocking amount of
Okay.
cocktails of this, and they would all be wonderful because it's got that sweet floral.
Oh yeah.
And it's high ABV, makes it deceptive, so everyone's going to be having a really good time really quick.
Yep.
So now, do we even need to bring up shelving?
I don't think so.
Tony's the only one that is kind of a stubborn curmudgeon here.
Just because my bar doesn't have shelves,
Yeah.
it's either yes or no.
I wouldn't feel good putting this on my middle shelf, but I also don't know about my top. Like since it's such a specific item, if you've got somewhere you put special items or like you said, store picks, that's where I would put this. Because it's not a middle shelf for me, but it's not quite a top shelf either. It's kind of unique. So I would put it on an island by itself with other mythical beings, if you will, of the spirit nature.
It would go into your whiskey vault.
There you go. I think that's a good place
A
for it.
banner behind it.
Yeah, there you have it.
I have.
This one, like you said, Tony, this is kind of hard to quantify because if you had just a bourbon rack,
Mhm.
this is top shelf on your
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
If you can't get your hands on any kind of like Pappies or any of that kind of crazy overpriced stuff, this is some really good bourbon. In terms of against all the stuff I have, it would have to sit on my middle shelf. Like you're right, it almost doesn't deserve to be there.
It doesn't.
But there's so many good things on the top shelf that it makes it very hard. So it would be a top shelf standalone bourbon. It's going to go in my middle shelf.
There you
So
go. All right.
that is our take on.
I've still got some money.
Whoa, that's a rare. This has been our take on this very, very special Maker's Mark bourbon that we decided to pull out for the birthday of one George W. Bush, 43rd President of the United. Who the fuck are you?
Rami. Just cut in the sign off. Be simple enough. Just remember it's there.
Bush. So.
Maybe redo the sign off.
Hard.
Hello? Hey, we are at my place filming. What's up?
If it helps, my shit's on silent.
All right. See you in a bit. Bye. Bush. George W. Bush. No, all right.
All right.
All right. We'll
Yeah, just re-record the sign
I'm
off.
still empty.
Yeah, I'm just hiding it.
So, folks, this has been our review of this very interesting bourbon that we decided to pull out for the birthday of the 43rd President of the United States, one George W. Bush. Thank you, Tony. That was we needed that. Remember he used to do this on the campaign trail? Debbie. That was his big, because you got to have a hand signal. That's important. So, well, George W., for all the better and for all the worse, you were the president of our United States. And for that, on your birthday, we raise our glass to you. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Get the next one at least queued up and ready to go. So next one will be Gerald Ford. Now, Lynn. I know, seamless. Lynn, I know that Lynn is a member. I'm going to ask if Lynn is still in the audience at the moment. That's essential. If he's still in the audience, then he will get a shot of gin. He's got to still be within the sound of my voice hearing this and responding to me. Because I was going to ask if he wanted me to open this unopened bottle of Deadpool edition aviation gin, or if he wants me to take a shot of this god-awful gin finished in a bourbon cask. If I don't hear from him, I'm going to hold off the review a little longer, and we'll go from there. But Lynn, say yes. Bandit's like, yes, make him drink more gin. We will see.
we're going to roll with the next video, which is to Gerald Ford. We're going to give Lynn plenty of time. I'm sure Bandit will message him on the side. Going to give Lynn plenty of time to respond. This is also a video on how to make a martini at the same time. So it's kind of a twofer on this one.
Happy birthday, President Gerald Ford. I am devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Bill K.O.E, here for another presidential birthday toast. It is the 14th of July, and that is the president's birthday for one Gerald Ford. So, on his birthday, I'm going to make Gerald Ford's favorite drink, beyond a shadow of a doubt, the martini. He was actually well known for loving martinis. Now, the most important ingredient to martini is gin. The gin that I'm going to use is one that's a little different. Good Life gin, made right here in Nebraska, St. Paul, Nebraska. Now, why Good Life gin? Why a Nebraska gin, you might ask? That is because President Gerald Ford was born right here in Nebraska, in Omaha, Nebraska. So he is one of Nebraska's own. He was originally born under the surname King, and he changed his name because he was adopted by Gerald Ford, and he adopted the name Gerald Ford Jr., and he kept it ever since. He also played football at the University of Michigan. For anybody that is really into college football, he was one of those athletes that actually played both ways. He was a center and a linebacker, which is pretty interesting. So here we go, folks. We're going to make a martini in honor of President Gerald Ford. Now, the way you make a martini, it's typically 2 parts gin, 1 part sweet vermouth. That already smells better than some gins I've already had. You want to get it all the way up. With Japanese measuring cups, with Japanese jiggers, you need to make sure that you get it all the way to the top. Otherwise, you're not at a true 2 ounces. And same with the 1 ounce cup. Now, also, interestingly enough, President Ford was an Eagle Scout, and it's another reason I actually have to give the man his proper due. I was in Scouts myself. I did not make it to Eagle. I didn't make it anywhere near Eagle, but I was in Scouts, and it was a very formidable learning experience for me as a very young man. And yes, the man actually did lead a fairly interesting life. Gerald Ford also has the unique distinction of being the only man to serve the office of the presidency without having been elected president or vice president, which is fascinating, really. Because normally, I mean, we've even had Dick Cheney assume the office of the president for about 4 hours, but he had been elected vice president, so it wasn't quite as unprecedented. Now, what we got here, got to have a little bit of ice. I'm using it to chill my cup here. All right, folks. Now, it's just very classic. You want to put in your sweet vermouth, your 2 ounces of gin, and you want to shake it vigorously over ice. Now this, folks, is, if you check out the Dog and Chicken Show or Big Bucket Entertainment, this is Chicken's favorite part right here, where I shake up the drink. It's his favorite. He loves it. He absolutely. This is Chicken. Here, Chicken. Good old buddy, old pal. This one's for you. That one was just for you. In fact, Chicken. Wait a minute. K.O.E. Nation. Everybody at Dog and Chicken Show and Big Bucket Entertainment, I got a fever, and its only cure is more martini shaking. Oh, yes, that is a well-shaken martini, folks. That is a well-shaken martini. So, just for you, chicken. And now, there you are, folks, a martini. And a martini typically has one of two different garnishes, either a lemon twist or an olive. I'm opting for the classic olive. So, we are going to very soon give a shot. There we are. The first ever martini of extreme. You are here to see it, folks. This one is for President Gerald Ford, made of Nebraska gin, because he was born here in Nebraska. He did assume office under less than ideal circumstances. It was post-Watergate, which I'll get deeper into that when we get to the Richard Milhouse Nixon episode, but you really can't mention the Gerald Ford legacy without at least mentioning that's how he ascended to the presidency. Because he was a minority leader of the House. So nobody ever thought they'd see Gerald Ford be president 3 years before he became president. So the fact that he was able to rise to the office just due to consensus, just everybody agreed, you know, this is a pretty nice guy. I think he can handle it. That speaks volumes to the character of the man. So, folks, now, let us all raise our glasses. Whatever you may have, in this instance, I have a martini in honor of Gerald Ford. Raise your glass, whatever you have, and let's honor the 38th president of these United States, Gerald Ford. Happy birthday, Mr. President. That is not bad. That is not bad at all. So, folks, whatever you're using to honor the presidents, I hope you try to keep up as much as you can, but this is a way to connect with those who came before and a way to connect with the past and a way to understand it. We all have to unwind at the end of the day one way or another. So, folks, let's raise our glasses one more time to one President Gerald Ford. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Like, share, subscribe, and stick around for all the K.O.E content that's yet to come. Folks, we are only getting started. So as I am known to say around here, all that being said, this has been my presidential toast to one Gerald Ford. Catch you around, folks. Happy birthday, Winston Churchill. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E Nation as we raise our glasses in a very special toast to one Winston Churchill. I am your King of Stream, Phil K.O.E, joined by my indomitable broadcast partner,
Blend Master Tony G. Like, share, subscribe.
We are here to enjoy some of Winston Churchill's favorite drinks here on his birthday. He was a man who led the United Kingdom through the Second World War, and he did it with quite a bit of alcohol fueling him. He was known as a prodigious drinker. And I don't even have.
I know he wasn't a president, but he was badass, so he made it. Martin Luther King wasn't either, but he made the list.
From the moment he woke up in the morning
Johnny Walker Red Label. And he would have it in a very specific recipe. He didn't have like a 2-ounce drink, it was very small. When he'd wake up in the morning, he would get basically enough to just cover the bottom of the glass. In fact, that's probably, oh yeah, that's way too much.
Okay.
There we go, just a little more.
For science.
Yes, this is science, folks. And it would barely cover the bottom of the glass
Okay.
with Johnny Walker Red Whiskey, club soda or tonic water, whatever was available that day during the war. And it would be significantly filled up more so. And some folks that knew him kind of jokingly referred to it as mouthwash. And, you know, if you're in the middle of a war and it's a little scarce, I guess this would be a way to do it. So this is the first toast that we're going to do for one Winston Churchill, one of the leaders of the Allied powers during the Second World War. Happy birthday, Mr. Prime Minister. Delightfully minty.
Very bubbly.
It's mostly seltzer water with a little bit of alcohol.
It does give you a bit of a pep.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's absolutely a early morning boozy drink.
He also kept a very interesting sleep schedule where he would wake up in the morning and he would have one of these immediately at 8 or 9 in the morning with his breakfast. He would go about his day drinking these throughout. At lunchtime, he would have champagne. After lunch, he would have cognac, which we will get to that. Then in the afternoon, he would take a 2 to 4 hour nap. Then he would get up, have another Johnny Walker and soda made for him. You know, I could, for a very specific palate, that could be delightful.
Yeah, not terrible.
It's not my, oh, wow, you really enjoyed it.
Not bad.
And then he would proceed with dinner. He would also have champagne again. So he'd have 2 full bottles of champagne with every meal. Then he would go on to have more cognac at the end of the night, which I figured he also was a lover of sherry when it was available. Wasn't the easiest thing to get across the Atlantic during the war. So this is sherry cask-aged Courvoisier, which a very fine premium cognac. And Tony is a fan of sherry-aged pretty much anything.
Yeah.
Now, unlike a Copita nosing glass for whiskey, with a cognac glass, you actually want to let your hand warm it, and that releases aromas.
Okay.
There's a distinct coffee smell you're going to get here.
Almost a
chocolatey.
Yeah, like a
one more
like
Walker.
A Christmassy that strawberry orange chocolate
fruitcake.
No, not a fruitcake, but like the ball of orange chocolate or strawberry chocolate.
Yes,
crack open.
Gotcha.
Plus
a Christmas candy.
Brandy.
Well,
obviously.
My wine smells so much like wine.
Yeah, crazy.
Well, let's see how this goes down.
Ooh. Ooh.
That's good stuff.
Wow.
That's smooth.
Ooh, wow.
And like I said, it's got a distinct coffee flavor in contrast to the way brandy normally tastes.
Yeah, that's a mocha flavor through and through, and I like it.
And believe it or not, this is actually the least expensive Courvoisier offering that you can find. Normally about 40 to 50 bucks, somewhere in there. Most Courvoisier offerings are going to be a bit more, unless you're just getting the VS. So VSOP is going to be a little bit more, but
this is really nice.
Yeah, I figured this would be right up your alley. What I use this for is I would not drink this after lunch. This would be end of the night drink. Like if
I was gonna say
getting ready for bed.
Yeah.
And I've actually done this before. Just drop 1 ice cube and 1 dried mango slice in it. And it's just one of the perfect get me to sleep potions, if you will. Like within 45 minutes of drinking that, I'm going to bed.
I can see that. That's really nice. That's
So
yeah, that sherry. Love that. Beautiful.
So a man who was definitely had a taste for fine liquor, one Winston Churchill.
Clearly.
He, let's be frank, sometimes had to make do with what he had. Like,
Let's say why specifically Red Label?
Well, back then I think they only had Red Label and Black Label.
Yeah,
I don't know if Blue Label was even a thing. Like, they didn't even have Green Label. Like, I'm sure if Green Label was a thing, that would have probably been Winston Churchill's go-to. But yes, you had to make do with what you had. And also, you got to remember, Tony, he was the head of state during a major world war. He had to seem like he was a man of the people. I drink Johnny Walker Red, just like all of you. That was a small thing, but a big thing, because he wasn't really known for drinking beer, which getting a pint down at the pub is kind of a well-known cultural thing in the United Kingdom. So he had to connect with them in one way, I imagine. So, and this was a great way. And, better whiskey than it gets reputation for.
That's fair. Honestly, it mixed fairly well with that. So that's not bad at all.
But, Tony, I think what we really need to do is take your cognac glass up one last time. Raise your glass to one Winston Churchill. Thank you for leading the Allied powers through this incredible war, and we now live in a world that is very much of your creation. Happy birthday, Mr. Prime Minister. So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us for this very special toast to one Winston Churchill. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., signing off and handing off to my indomitable broadcast partner,
Tony G. Thanks for watching.
Happy birthday, President Andrew Jackson. Welcome, one and all, as we raise our glass in toast to another president of these United States, one Andrew Jackson. Today, we're going to do something a little different. We're going to look back at a time when me, Tony, and Chicken got together, and we raised our glass to Andrew Jackson last year for a different podcast. But I figured it would be utterly appropriate here for all of you today. The one thing that's different is we used unaged corn whiskey to toast the good general. In reality, it would have been unaged rye whiskey, so that's why I'm having some Mitcher's rye whiskey. He was a man who lived a very, very interesting and varied life. So here we're going to take a look back at a toast that we had to the President of these United States, me, Tony, and Chicken. But before we get to that, let me just say, happy birthday, Mr. President. And enjoy this little addendum to the presidential birthday toast. Welcome, one and all, to our tribute to the presidents of the United States of America. We are starting off with Andrew Jackson. March 15th. Welcome, everybody. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., joined by my indomitable broadcast partners.
Chicken? Tony fucking G.
Well, we are here to raise our glass to every single U.S. president and some other dates of note that we will get to as time passes. But for today, Andrew Jackson, Old Hickory. We are going to raise a toast for every U.S. president what their favorite drink was, if we can figure it out. This is based on a lot of research I've done. And to what I can find, Andrew Jackson was a fan of whiskey, just plain old distilled, usually white whiskey.
That's as clear as it gets, folks.
Yep.
Promise it's not water.
This is a bottle of Howard Hooch from Loup River Distilling, from our grain to your glass. 40% alcohol by volume, 80 proof. Here in Howard County, Nebraska, we pour our hearts into our grain and our grain into the glass. This is from St. Paul, Nebraska, right here in Nebraska.
Yep, we've been looking forward to doing this.
And this is a pretty good facsimile to what Andrew Jackson and folks in his day would have been drinking. So we're going to give a little taste test and also a small little toast to Andrew Jackson and chicken. While you're looking that up, you got a couple little factoids you seem you're wanting to get out?
Well, I don't know about that, Phil. I was just going to give you a little rundown. 7th president of the United States. He was a Democrat-Republican.
Before
let's not get into
Let's not get into all that, but yes, before the party split.
Yes.
He is credited with the modern Democratic Party.
Yeah.
He also, a lot of the presidential powers that we now take for granted as a president having, Jackson was the person that kind of seized upon that. So he's the person that kind of created the modern presidency that we currently see. When he got elected and his inauguration party, the party was so wild that Jackson actually had to escape out a window, and he spent the night at a tavern down the street, and they actually had to use orange whiskey punch in giant barrels that they put on the White House lawn to get all of the partiers out, because Jackson was seen as, strangely enough, despite the fact that he was very landed, he was general, he was a wealthy man, he was seen as a president of the people. He was the first president elected when more people in our nation were given voting franchise.
Okay.
So he's a lot of contradictions. He's also one of the few presidents that's actually killed people, like a lot of people. Not only did he, in war, he also challenged people to duels that would question him or his wife's honor. And the most
America.
The lowest estimate for as many duels as he's been, the lowest number was 13. Now, the legends grow.
That's a pretty good record of 13-0.
He got shot several times. There was
sounds like he won.
There was one person who he actually said, "I'll give you the first shot. I'll let you take the first shot."
Ballsy.
He takes one. This guy was an expert marksman too. Takes Jackson a couple minutes to get himself back up, returns fire, kills him.
Again, I think that's a 13-0 record there, folks.
And the reason he carried a cane, Old Hickory, is he used it to beat people to death, nearly. He survived an assassination attempt while president, and when the guns didn't go off for the assassin, he turned around with his cane and beat his would-be assassin nearly to death. And he also was responsible for the destruction of the first Bank of America, our first General Federal Reserve. And when asked his greatest regrets and his greatest accomplishments, his greatest regret was that he didn't hang his vice president. And his greatest accomplishment, and it's reportedly the last words he said before he died, "I killed the bank." So Andrew Jackson was a fairly colorful individual by any measure.
That's eccentric.
Sounds like a Democrat I might actually vote for.
He's got a couple of hang-ups. He wasn't perfect, okay? But if you're gonna
sounds like an American.
He is authentically American. And to that, Andrew Jackson, we raise our glass to you as the 7th American president of these United States. Andrew Jackson, lover of whiskey, U.S. president. Gentlemen,
BAMF. Happy birthday.
Mm,
Oh, that is actually very sweet.
yeah, Nebraska corn.
That's really smooth.
But this is what they would have been drinking in his day. Now, Tony, as a clear spirit, what do you rate that?
I'm still taking that all in. That's an interesting. That is interesting. I really expected more of a moonshiny type booze, but that is very sweet and much more mellow and smooth.
Yeah, you
than I
could cocktail
anticipated.
that if you wanted to.
Yeah, there's not much burn to it. You're
Mhm.
right. It goes down pretty smooth, and even throwing it back wasn't too hard.
That's why I'm
Not
gonna take a
feeling
few
it.
drinks and not slam it because I'm like I might want a second taste of that, and I'm glad I took 3.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm thirsty. So.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. On a clear spirit scale, I'm surprised. I think you could do a lot with that. I'm gonna give that a 4. I'm actually quite impressed with that as a clear spirit.
Yeah, it's got a very distinct
Wow.
corn flavor,
Yeah, love
but it's
that.
like almost sweet corn.
Yeah,
So I'm going to give it
very nice.
3.75
I like it.
For a clear spirit, for
because
sure.
you're comparing it to vodkas and stuff.
Well, vodkas and gins
Right.
and some tequilas. Yeah.
You could do a lot with that
Mm-hmm.
and create just creativeness of what you could do for a clear spirits and how much you could probably blend and mix that with some other recipes. I don't think you can go wrong with that. I agree.
All
For a
right.
clear spirit, that's better than most clear spirits
Yeah.
I've ever touched.
Top, middle, bottom shelf, gentlemen.
That for me is a middle shelf. It's an interesting name. It's a good story. It's a local, but it doesn't have the je ne sais quoi you would have for a top shelf that you would want to broadcast as a top shelf. I would say definitely a middle.
I disagree. I'd still say bottom mainly. This is one of those like best kept secrets. This is for small groups to enjoy, and
Okay.
that's I don't know, to me.
Sure.
And not for its quality necessarily. It probably could be a middle shelf if you really didn't care, but that's my secret little thing to have some fun on my own.
Okay.
This is.
I can see that.
You know, this is depending on how much room, but this would probably be normally a middle shelf for me, just because not a lot of cooler whiskeys are going to make it to the middle shelf, but this one I think will.
I don't think I'd ever put a clear
Now,
spirit
if my
on
middle
the top
shelf's getting a
shelf.
little too,
That's my thing.
Because of the glare.
Yes, the
true.
glare, the
Very
aesthetics, yes.
But as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, folks, this was our toast and tribute to the 7th President of the United States, one Andrew Jackson, Old Hickory. So there we are, folks. That was just a little look back and a little toast that we had last year that I felt that I should share with you this year as we all raise our glass to the President of these United States, one Andrew Jackson, on his birthday. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Well, folks, join me here tomorrow for our toast to President Madison. Catch you later, folks. March 18th. Happy birthday, Grover Cleveland.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, one and all. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., joined by my indomitable broadcast partners.
Chicken.
Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe.
So we are here to raise our glasses in toast to one Grover Cleveland. He was the only president to serve non-consecutive terms in the United States. So he was, I think it was the 22nd
22nd president.
Yes, and the 24th president.
24.
So
Double president, but there was a break in between.
He
Yes.
missed 23.
yes, that was teetotaler Benjamin Harrison, which we will figure out a way to honor him on his
So in
birthday.
honor of his 2 separate terms, we are having 2 beers in his honor because his favorite drink was beer.
He was known to drink beer and little else. He didn't drink whiskey. He really didn't drink water. He was known to only really drink beer. And he was a ardent opponent of the concept of prohibition. He was not at all in favor, which the person that defeated him, Benjamin Harrison, very much not so.
So what kind of beer we got tonight?
Tonight, a special treat from here in Nebraska, La Vista, Cross Strain Brewing, Hell's Creek. It's a German-style lager. This is a very nice lager, a local. I get it frequently. Luckily, we have it at the local liquor store here in town, and I pick it up every time I get a chance. I love this. I can't wait to check out their brewery. So this is one even Phil likes, who does not appreciate most beers. So this is a nice one.
So we will start off with his first term with downing one beer, gentlemen.
Just a second. I'm taking care of some head issues. Look at that pour.
Beautiful. Beautiful, sir.
Yes.
I am not quite as much of an imbiber of beer as one Tony G, but I'm more
as
of a
much as you're
whiskey wine man.
You're a
Beautiful
whiskey
color.
wine snob. I consider myself a beer snob,
All right.
unless it's an IPA.
Well,
You
gentlemen,
know that's not beer.
chicken, this is
Let's enjoy a German lager.
Indeed.
to you, Grover. It's tasty. It's actually very good.
Yeah, that's to your 22nd presidency right there.
Yep, yep.
I'll get to your 24th here in a second.
We'll get to that one.
He was also, strangely enough,
It's good.
our first president to have a very special distinction, other than the only president to serve two non-consecutive terms.
He's the only one that's still.
He
this
is
stage
also
president.
our first United States president to have a sex scandal. Legitimate. Like, he was alleged to have fathered a child out of wedlock. I don't know if it's true or not. Who the hell knows? But
Didn't he have a monocle? Am I thinking of the wrong president?
you might. But he's a big old guy. His name was his nickname was Big Steve because his real first name was actually Stephen. So his full name was Stephen Grover Cleveland. But he just went under Grover Cleveland because it seemed
It's catchier.
much more distinguished and gentlemanly of the day. So, and he came back from that. It was a big smear in the day, and who knows if it was true or not. I mean, there's some people that swear it is, some people say it's not.
You
But
couldn't Snopes that stuff back in the day.
this is my toast to your first turn, sir.
First term. Let's talk a little bit about the beer.
All right.
Gladly. So it's a German lager.
Yes.
Now, I got two. Like if I could mix two beers together, and what I imagine it would taste like, what do you think those two?
Ooh. If you were gonna mix two together, ooh,
What do you think?
well, I mean, if you're gonna mix two together, I envision either a Guinness or a Newcastle with.
But like, what would this?
I think this would go good with obviously something darker. I don't want to just jump to Guinness because that's the easy go-to. I like Newcastle.
I don't think we're on the same page, sir.
Oh, unfortunate. Okay, enlighten me.
What I'm actually asking here is if this was a mixture of two beers already.
Oh, okay. Ooh, gosh, that's tough because it does have a bit of that bitter flavor that you expect from a German. I guess I'm not sure what you're thinking. What do you got in mind?
I got German Kolsch
Okay,
kind of flavor with it,
Okay,
and then kind of that old good fashioned Busch Light fuzz going.
It's got a very American light lager feel to it. It's light, it's crisp, but it's still, like you said, it has that German thickness to it. It's a good, yeah.
Is that Zipline German Kolsch? You had that one?
Yes.
It reminds me a little of that with kind of like an American lager.
Yeah.
When it goes down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, interesting. Somehow he defeated Harrison for his re-election bid, and he came back for a second term. But Tony, I have a couple of questions I have to ask you before we get into that. this beer, how would you qualify it in terms of lager? What other categories would you want to grade this on?
It's not necessarily a craft brew. You could classify that as that because I'm pretty sure it's a smaller brewery, but it does meet a lot of qualifications to be on another scale. So, just a lager in general, and you could put it in that craft brew category, and then obviously the German style. It fits a lot of different molds.
Okay, so let's grade it on
A
craft
lager
brew,
for sure.
lager, beer,
Okay.
and then shelving.
Okay.
But let's just do craft beer for now.
For a craft beer, for me, this is very. It's not wild in its flavor. It's got a very straightforward flavor. It's got a bit of complexity to it, but it's straightforward. I give it a good rating. I give it a 4.25 on the flavor alone for that scale.
It does have good flavor. When it comes to a craft beer, you're looking for an exotic flavor sometimes. So, and it seems kind of I don't want to say it's not exotic because it is.
You're thinking
beer.
the word plain, and it's not necessarily plain,
Right.
but yeah, I see what you mean.
It's a good lager with a twist.
Okay.
So as a craft beer, I think has more going on
Yes,
a lot of times, and
Usually
you
there's a
have
lot of gimmicks with a craft.
you either have a surprise or a unpleasant surprise.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
I don't know. I think it's pretty average if it's just a regular craft beer. If I'm trying to look at a lager or look at a German style,
That's fair. You know what? You're right. I'll give it just straight 4. You're right. I agree with you.
I'm going 3,
Okay.
3 and a quarter.
That's fine. I'll stay with 4.
I'll stay with.
I have not a lot of experience with craft beer, but the fact that I can drink this one, I'm giving it at least a 4.
There you go.
In terms of lager,
Lager for me, lager is usually my go-to. It's standard. It's very easy drinking, no matter if you want to have one or if you want to have multiple. And no matter the occasion, a good lager is a good choice. So for me, this is definitely a 4.25 lager.
Yeah, for a lager, like you said, it's something that you're gonna be able to, I don't know, depending on what your evening looks like, you're either gonna drink a lot or you can be good with 1 or 2.
Yep.
This is something that you could go all night with and not get tired of the flavor.
I have.
This is I go straight 4. It's a damn good lager.
I've had some lager in the past. Like I said, I'm not nearly as experienced in the world of beer as you two are. I'm still going to agree 4 stars. 4-star lager. The fact that, I'm going in for another sip. You don't see me do that a lot.
Awesome. And then
now, before we get to our other ratings, gentlemen, let's raise our glass and a toast to Grover Cleveland's 2nd term as president of these United States of America, sir. We raise our glass to you on this March of the 18th. Happy birthday, Grover Cleveland.
happy birthday, sir.
The 24.
It's good.
There
It
he
is something
goes.
like
There.
it's,
Whoa! Happy birthday, President William Henry Harrison. Welcome, one and all, as we have yet another presidential birthday toast. Today, we raise our glass to one President William Henry Harrison, the 9th president of these United States. So, William Henry Harrison was an occasional imbiber. He did not drink very often, and strangely enough, he was actually much more known to have a decanter of whiskey by his bedside in Ohio. But you really can't give a proper toast to President William Henry Harrison unless it's with hard cider. He was a brilliant political tactician with the hard cider, or log cabin and hard cider. There we go. The log cabin and hard cider campaigns. So probably need to toast the man with a bit of hard cider. The ninth president of these United States. He's also the progenitor of the only grandfather presidential line. He's the grandson of President Benjamin Harrison. Get to him later, folks. I'll leave that there. Why not? He was the shortest serving president of these United States at only 31 days. A lot of people think that that has to do with the fact that he also had the longest inauguration speech at over 2 hours. There's actually, the general story is that he died of pneumonia. A lot of doctors have actually looked into that, and it really looks like it might have been typhoid fever. But regardless, that is history, folks. He served for 31 days, but before he was president, he actually served on the battlefield several times with some distinction. And one thing I did want to talk about is he was a contemporary, if you will, to the Shawnee leader Tecumseh, one of the great figures of American history. And there was a point where Harrison told Tecumseh that President Madison was highly unlikely to withdraw the Treaty of Fort Wayne. The chief replied with something. There's a lot of different accounts, but this is probably the closest account, and it does mention alcohol. As the great chief is to determine the matter, I hope the Great Spirit will put sense enough into his head to order you to give up those lands. It is true, he is so far off, he may sit in his town and drink his wine, while you and I will have to fight it out. And the Battle of Tippecanoe was where they did battle it out. And that was where the great Tecumseh fell. But that was one of the things that helped propel President William Henry Harrison to the White House, was Tippecanoe and Tyler too. And we'll get to Tyler later. That's another video. While he rarely imbibed, there was interesting, this was an actual order he made in 1813. Philadelphia merchants were requested that they would, quote, be so obliged to send to Pittsburgh as soon as possible a quarter cask of best Madeira wine, 1 ditto of sherry, and 10 gallons of best French brandy. Wow, that's that must have been quite the time for his guests. Now, the Log Cabin and Hard Cider Campaign. This is also, I'm just reading this straight from Mark Will Weber's Mint Juleps of Teddy Roosevelt, The Complete History of Presidential Drinking. Cannot recommend this book enough. It's just a fun read. In one of political history's most clever counter moves, the Whigs latched onto a Baltimore paper's snide remarks and eventually rode them all the way to the executive mansion. And what the anti-Harrison editorial stated was this: give him a barrel of hard cider and a pension of $2,000 a year, and our word for it, he will sit the remainder of his days in a log cabin by a sea coal fire and sturdy moral philosophy. So the Whigs redrew those images and managed to portray Harrison, despite his wealthy Virginia roots and his stately home in North Bend, Ohio, as the friend of the common man. Harrison supporters soon stumped the country, building makeshift cabins, hoisting jugs of hard cider and whiskey as well, and brushing forth with boisterous songs. There were dozens and dozens of songs of the Log Cabin and Hard Cider Campaign with a fairly typical stanza. One was, let Van from his coolers of silver drink wine and lounge on the cushioned settee. Our man on a Buckeye bench can recline content with hard cider is he. So yeah, they were very, very catchy, good campaign slogans. And also one last thing before I close the book here. There was some evidence that Harrison had investment in a whiskey distillery, which puts him in company with Andrew Jackson and George Washington. So fascinating there. But really, folks, if you have a hard cider, it is the most appropriate toast to President William Henry Harrison, the 9th president of these United States. So today, whatever you have, whatever libation you have, raise it to the 9th president of these United States, William Henry Harrison. Happy birthday, Mr. President. So, folks, there's a lot more to come. Be sure to check out the toast of one Abraham Lincoln is coming up very soon. But this is President William Henry Harrison's day. The shortest serving president because of an illness that cut him down not really early in that era. He was 69 when he did ultimately die. So you, especially for that era where the average life expectancy was about half that, it was not all that uncommon. But strangely enough, they even used brandy and different alcohols along with mercury and all kinds of other, who knows, as a medicinal aid. They at least tried, which, as we can see, that's how it ended. So he was a man who, through brilliant political maneuvering, was able to rise to the presidency of this United States. He did not live to do very much. They say it could have been because of his very long speech. Others say it could have been because of the water supply was infected with things like typhoid fever. Either one could be the case. Regardless, the outcome was still the same. But regardless of his short reign as president, we raise our glass one more time to President William Henry Harrison. Happy birthday, Mr. President. So, folks, be sure to stick around because there's plenty more presidential birthday toasts to come. But this is the birthday of President William Henry Harrison. Thank you for joining me, and I will catch you around, folks. Happy birthday, Abraham Lincoln. Welcome, one and all, to another presidential birthday toast. This one is a big one, folks. The toast to the President of the United States that will go down in the history books as one of the greats, Abraham Lincoln. They put his face on Mount Rushmore for a reason. So today, on the birthday of this incredible man, a man who fixed the great American mistake and set us on a path to truly live up to the words of our founding documents, Abraham Lincoln was also a man of personal temperance. He did not ever personally join any temperance movement. He just generally did not drink. So when I was thinking what would be a fitting toast to this man, in my research, I found a whiskey called Uncle Nearest 1856 Premium Tennessee Whiskey. Now, the reason I chose Uncle Nearest is because the man that this whiskey is named after had quite an interesting story. Uncle Nearest, as he was known, was a former slave who, upon being freed, worked his way up to eventually become master distiller of a product you've probably heard of. Jack Daniels, number 7 Tennessee whiskey. He was the person who actually taught the Lincoln County process to Jack Daniel himself. So he has had a tremendous impact on our world. And this is just one of those interesting little tidbits that, had Lincoln not done what he did when he did it, our timeline and series of events would have been so different that a product this ubiquitous wouldn't even exist. So I thought, given all of that, given the fact that Uncle Nearest was a man who was a tremendous benefactor of the actions of Abraham Lincoln, it would be only apropos to open and try some Uncle Nearest to toast one Abraham Lincoln. Now, when I was trying to find evidence of what did he drink, when did he drink, how did he drink, the only thing that I could ever find was him occasionally having small beer, which is a beer of about less than 2% alcohol, that's generally what you drink when you're in areas where water is kind of sketchy. And in Abraham Lincoln's day, there were still some areas of the nation where water was very sketchy. And there was one instance where he ordered small beer and he actually had a few sips with the troops as well, with his Union troops. So he did occasionally imbibe, but almost never. And he actually kind of had an interesting sense of humor about it. He would have a glass of wine, he would smell it, and he'd look, but then he just set it back down in all his age, like, oh, is the president going to drink? Is the president going to drink? He rarely did. But I thought this would be apropos because also on the campaign trail for re-election, Abraham Lincoln did admit to, I may have worked in an old still up in the hills during one winter time. So he probably did have some firsthand experience with whiskey distillation, just didn't personally imbibe. One of the reasons, funny enough, when he was a bit seasick when he was coming down south to see troop movements and to generally check out on the war effort, he was getting a bit seasick, and on the way, one of the sailors said, well, Mr. Lincoln, Mr. President, why don't you try some champagne? Few things are known to settle seasickness quite like champagne. And Abraham Lincoln goes, oh, no, I've seen too many men seasick ashore from that very stuff. So he was quite dedicated to his personal temperance. But I thought, given all that, given that Abraham Lincoln is the literal chain breaker of our history, that was a good pop. I figured it would be only appropriate to try the whiskey that is of the heritage of one of those people whose chains he broke. So, Uncle Nearest Premium Tennessee whiskey, or whiskey from Tennessee, if you will. Boy, I can smell that from here. But let's give it just a quick nose. I'm going to give this a full review and a full grade and a later time because it deserves it. But I figured right now, while I've got this angelic lighting, this is the time to do our tribute to Abraham Lincoln. So give it a quick nose. Ooh, okay. That's going to be interesting. Very sweet caramel. We'll get into that later. But folks, whatever libation you have, if it's small beer, if it's champagne, wine, whiskey of any kind, this is a day to raise it to one of the greatest presidents of these United States, one Abraham Lincoln. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Okay. That is going to be quite an interesting review. I must say, folks of the Uncle Nearest family, because the flavor profile is actually selected by descendants of Uncle Nearest. Lovely mouth-watering product. We will get to that later. But folks, we are here to raise our glass to one of the titans of American history, one of the greats, and one of the few names that will probably be remembered and taught 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 years from now. One of the greats of our history, Abraham Lincoln, one of the few men who understood himself as a figure within history, which is so fascinating. If you read his writings or listen to his speeches, he seemed to very much understand that he was a man within the pedestal of history, and he stood there well. So folks, regardless of where you're at, regardless of what you're doing, this is the time to raise your glass one more time to one President Abraham Lincoln, one of the greatest presidents of these United States. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Well, folks, be sure to like, share, subscribe. There's plenty more to come, and we've got President George Washington coming up on the 22nd. But folks, this is Lincoln's Day. This is his day for celebration, his day for tribute. So normally it's 2, but on this particular one, we are raising our glass a 3rd time to you, President Abraham Lincoln. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Catch you around, folks. Happy birthday, President George Washington, the first president of these United States. Welcome, one and all, to another presidential birthday toast series. Today, we raise our glass in toast to the first president of these United States, George Washington. And I've got a lot of different libations out here, and I had to dispute and debate in my mind, what should we use? Should we use unaged corn whiskey because that was close to what he would produce? Should we use rye whiskey because that was closest to the mash bill? Champagne, as he was known to enjoy at dinner. I looked through, and with all the research that I could do, he also was a huge fan of porter beer that was sweetened with molasses, which we will get into that later. But I figured the most apropos would be Madeira, a favorite of George Washington, and as we'll get into later on in the series, one of the drinks that kicked off the American Revolution. So, General George Washington, the highest ranked military official to ever hold office, because we've had Dwight Eisenhower, I believe, was the 2nd highest. He was general of the army. George Washington was general of the armies and of the Continental Army. He was general of all branches of the military and commander-in-chief. So he is considered the highest ranking military official to ever hold office in the United States. So there's a lot we could get into with General President, man wore a lot of hats, George Washington. I figured a good place to start was Washington. Oh, and by the way, necessary source material, Mint Juleps with Teddy Roosevelt. Cannot recommend this book enough. Fascinating read, fun read. You find out things you wouldn't have ever thought about U.S. presidents. And what I like about this book is it humanizes people that we tend to put on very high pedestals. So, Washington, like other generals, had to draw a hard line on soldiers and officers who drank themselves into states of inebriation. But he was also eager to dispense a moderate rum ration, as was standard practice of the day, when his men needed it or when their efforts deemed them worthy of an extra shot. And yes, the daily rum ration was a very normal aspect of military life. Most sailors were given a daily rum ration, and most soldiers. And in those days, even military letters would talk about how it was the men's one respite in all of their life and all of their day. Now, when the words Washington and whiskey appear next to each other, typically that talks about the Whiskey Rebellion, which Alexander Hamilton, oh boy, always looking for a new source of income, a new source of conflict, decided to tax whiskey. And so that led about the Whiskey Rebellion. Now, interestingly enough, 3 years later, Washington actually opened up a distillery at his own Mount Vernon. Some folks wonder if he got inspiration from some stills he saw up at the Whiskey Rebellion. It's really hard to say what inspired the idea, but the idea that
that didn't at least spark the idea, who's to say? What I found very interesting was somebody that was working for him on his farm, a man by the name of Mr. Anderson. James Anderson, a Scottish-born farm manager, got Washington into the idea. In June of 1797, Washington wrote to a friend, Mr. Anderson has engaged me in a distillery on a small scale and is very desirous of increasing it, assuring me from his own experience in his country and in Europe that I shall find my account in it. Account was another way of saying you'll make money, so not a bad idea. In fact, this was kind of a known commodity in his area, so it actually became currency. And in one instance, one of his neighbors paid in crops of corn and rye in exchange for 30 plus gallons of whiskey and some flour ground at Washington's mill. I found that just fascinating that even General Washington engaged in using whiskey as a currency. And then the formula for his whiskey seemed to be about 60% rye, 35% corn, and a very meager amount of malted barley. And that's really necessary for especially distillation in this time. There was nowhere to get enzymes, so you had to get those enzymes naturally through at least 5% malted barley. So fascinating that even back then, that same practice was well known. And yes, you can to this day, if you want, you can get a fairly authentic replica, if you will, of Mount Vernon's rye whiskey. It's still for sale and it's actually unaged. I'll see if I can ever get my hands on that. But now, folks, we move on to the crossing of the Delaware. Turns out we've all heard the tale that Washington crossed over quietly and the Hessian soldiers were ambushed because they were drunk. Turns out, and again, from this marvelous book, there's no historical evidence that the Hessians were handicapped by drink, just utterly ambushed by a large force of Americans during a snow and sleet storm. They still had a rather large supply of rum on hands. So it just turns out that they just had superior forces, superior tactics, and caught them off guard. So, really can't hold that against any particular troop in that day, but it's so strange that to this day, the rumor of drunkenness amongst the Hessians still persists, even though there might not be a lot of truth to it. And yes, he was a huge fan of a dark porter by a Mr. Robert Hare. And this is actually a letter he sent. I beg that you send me a gross of Mr. Hare's best bottled porter if the price is not enhanced by the copious draughts you took it in the late procession. So he was really wanting to get his hands on this marvelous dark porter. He also had a family recipe for small beer. And also, just one last little aside from this book before I close it and get into Washington. He had several names for his favorite foxhounds, which were Drunkard, Tippler, and Tipsy. So he named his 3 foxhounds after drinking terms, which I found very fascinating. But regardless, nonetheless, George Washington, an accomplished general on the battlefield, the first president of these United States, and the man that set the precedent of 2 terms, and then he went home to his farm. So because of all of this, we raise our glass to George Washington, the first president of these United States. Happy birthday, Mr. President. So folks, whatever libation you might have, whether any kind of wine, whether it be sparkling, red, fortified, any kind of whiskey, rye, corn, whatever you may have, raise that libation one more time, folks, in honor of the first president of these United States, George Washington.
Happy birthday, Mr. President. Thank you for joining me here for this birthday celebration toast of George Washington. I'll see you around, folks. Happy birthday, Ronald Reagan. Welcome, one and all, to another presidential birthday toast here at the K.O.E. Nation as we raise our glass to the 40th president of these United States, one Ronald Reagan. Folks, we are going to raise our glass to President Reagan with something that's very appropriate, a California red wine. He was the governor of California before he became president of these United States. He was also a well-known actor in movies like Bedtime for Bonzo. He was actually fairly high up in the Screen Actors Guild. He was kind of all over the place in terms of life accomplishments and things he had done. By the time he ascended to the presidency, he was already a household name. He left office one of the more popular modern day presidents, and the way that you can measure that is he was actually able to install his vice president in for one term. A lot more rare than you'd think, and it generally doesn't happen right afterwards, even in the modern era. So I thought it would be appropriate to raise California Pinot Noir to a California governor and president of these United States. But I thought it'd be appropriate to, like always, huge source, Mint Juleps with Teddy Roosevelt, The Complete History of Presidential Drinking by Mark Will Weber. A great book. I really can't recommend this highly enough. And I'm just going to get into this one part that Reagan resisted any attempt to get into a makeup room. Odd, considering he was an actor. To give Reagan a bit of color in his otherwise ghostly pale face, a glass of red wine would be set there. And they knew he really couldn't resist a good French red or a good California vintage. So literally I believe the assistant's name was Deaver, would actually set out just about a glass like that of red wine with the bottle next to it. And he knew that Reagan knew the different vintages from California. So you go, oh, hey, you got a bottle of that? Okay, well, I guess I'll have just a little. And it would actually help add color to his cheeks, which, whenever you're going to be on camera, you need to make sure that you got proper color, especially if you're going out in front of the entire nation. So I found it fascinating that in the history of presidential drinking, President Reagan actually used red wine as a way of improving his appearance for certain occasions. If you're going to talk about presidential drinking, you kind of have to include that, don't you? He was also known for something called the Orange Blossom Special. He very rarely drank beer, even for photo ops. He would take a few sips of a beer in an Irish pub or a Union pub. And then once the photo was taken, he generally wouldn't finish his beer. But he really did like the Orange Blossom Special, which consisted of 1 ounce or slightly less in Reagan's case of vodka, 1 ounce of either grenadine or sweet vermouth, 2 ounces of fresh orange juice, all brought together in a barroom glass filled with ice. So that just sounds fairly refreshing, like it's a bit sweeter vodka screwdriver with a little bit less vodka. I could see President Reagan was known for being very even-tempered, and I don't think him getting all that drunk would be something anybody ever saw in the White House. And also, before we get into the toast, I did want to bring up this one. Tip O'Neill. Thomas
Tip O'Neill referred to, they were not fond of each other, Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill. And the two men could often talk out issues over an afternoon drink. Tip certainly held the superior credentials when it came to hoisting a few and did his more serious imbibing with Ted Kennedy. So that's actually an interesting. So Tip O'Neill, a true heavyweight of Washington, D.C. drinking, apparently. And I just wanted to bring up, it goes deeper. The frenemies did not seem too far-fetched when discussing Tip O'Neill and Ronnie. They had champagne toasts on occasion, and this is one of the more interesting quotes of Reagan's time as presidency. Reagan invited Tip O'Neill to the White House for the speaker's 69th birthday and broke out some celebratory champagne to toast the occasion. The chief executive then burst forth with the old Irish proverb worthy of the fine wine. Lifting his glass to the Democratic warhorse, President Reagan proclaimed, "Tip, if I had a ticket to heaven and you didn't have one, I would give mine away and go to hell with you." Oh, those were good little sideways compliments. Apparently, the toast brought tears to Tip O'Neill's eyes, that's just fascinating. That in that era, even as adversarial as they were able to get along in those ways. Might be something we should try to harken back to, folks. But on this birthday of one President Reagan, we all raise our glass, whatever you may have. In this instance, a California red wine. We raise our glass to the 40th President of these United States, Ronald Reagan. Happy birthday, Mr. President. So, folks, join us because there's a lot more to come. More presidential toast series are to come. We've got President Harrison coming up. We've got President Lincoln. We've got President Washington coming up. We got some heavy hitters, folks. So definitely join us for that.
Hey!
But today,
Hang on, I gotta hit a pause. Average debate enjoyer. I hope you're still with me. Just had to run up real quick and talk with the wife. The baby's now asleep and had to grab my phone charger. So glad to see that you're with us. I hope you're still with us at the moment. Average debate enjoyer, great guy. And I hope you're having a wonderful President's Day. Figured, what the heck? I've been wanting to get this stream done for 4 years and finally got it done. Finally getting it done tonight.
is Ronald Reagan's Day. So, folks, raise your glass one more time to President Reagan. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Thank you for joining us. I'll catch you around, folks.
Oh, we're getting close, folks. We're getting close. Teddy Roosevelt. Only a handful more of the presidents left.
Happy birthday, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation for another presidential birthday toast. I am Phil K.O.E., and this is the birthday of one Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Now, I've already taken the liberty of mixing the martini for this particular video because I wanted to get a little deeper into the source here, Mint Juleps of Teddy Roosevelt by Mark Will Weber. An excellent, excellent book. But before I get into this, I just want to say that this is a very special presidential birthday toast. The toast of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He is the president that's responsible for us being able to say, cheers. He was the president that ended Prohibition, on top of being the president that led us through a world war and a depression. The longest serving president in American history, one FDR.
funny enough, at the beginning of his life, when he was 5 years old, his father actually took him to the White House to meet the president. And then it was President Howard Taft. And President Taft actually said something very quite ironic. He said, "I have but one wish for you, young man, that you do not grow up to become president of the United States." I think we are all much the better that young Franklin did not take that advice. He also, what propelled him into interest in public life was unfortunately the assassination of President William McKinley, which rose his distant cousin, Teddy Roosevelt, to the White House. So that would naturally kind of ingrain an interest in general public life. So young Franklin, as he grew up and he was a well-educated man, once he finally did run for president in 1932, he won mostly on the idea that the voters were sick of the idea of prohibition. And in the end, he did prevail. Now, what's interesting is FDR enjoyed gin-based martinis and occasionally whiskey-based martinis like Manhattans. He loved mixing them as much as he liked drinking them. He also loved champagne, rum, which we'll get into a little later, brandy, and also, most importantly of all, beer. We'll get to that a little later. But also, a man after my own heart. He was also a player of cards. That's why I laid out the royal flush of spades, because that was basically the hand he ended up finding in. That's the hand he found himself with at the end of World War II. So he somehow, some way pulled it off. So we're all the better for it. Yes, the man loved to play poker, sometimes at till 5, 6 in the morning. You know, great minds think alike. What can I say? The unfortunate turn was when FDR did get diagnosed with polio. He did have a hard time. There was a lot of mobility issues. When he had the idea that maybe I can get better if I start taking cruises in the Caribbean, the one libation that he kept with him a lot was the rum swizzle. And he even kind of made a joke about with his boat that you would have us 17 rum swizzle salute. And here we go, folks. I'm going to read to you FDR's Bermuda rum swizzle. The ingredients: 2 ounces dark rum, 1 ounce lime juice, 1 ounce orange juice, 1 generous dash of whatever sweet syrup you happen to have. But the man was a huge lover of the martini. That was something he would usually drink when he was playing poker, but the other big one was beer, and we're going to talk about that right now. In his fireside chat in 1933 of March, he said probably the third most famous thing he's ever said. Obviously, the 2 most famous would be, "We have nothing to fear but fear itself," and "A day that will live in infamy." Those are definitely his 2 most famous. The third one he said during this fireside chat, where he said, "I think this would be a good time for beer." And here's the kicker. The day Prohibition was repealed, the famous Budweiser beer wagon, first marketed for this momentous occasion, arrived in the capital, its powerful Clydesdales clip-clopping down Pennsylvania Avenue with a gift of free brew for the new occupants of the White House. So that is actually how we got the iconic Budweiser Clydesdales carrying their wagon. They're full of beer. Came from this very occasion, Franklin Delano Roosevelt ending Prohibition. Regardless of your thoughts of FDR, good, bad, or indifferent, we are still very much living in the world of his creation. Just the fallout of it, the creation of the world post World War II. There's really no way you could really look at it. Also,
Ewing sent a truckload of specially brewed winter's beer for the White House for the special occasion. And then there's all these great stories about how he'll stay up till 6 o'clock playing poker, drinking incredibly old scotch, 1811 Napoleon brandy, which is probably Courvoisier if I had to guess. So if you were able to get yourself your hands on a bottle of Courvoisier VSOP, that would be fairly close to what we're talking about here. But yeah, the man he was known for loving all of these marvelous libations and brandies of all kinds. When he was feeling a little down in the cold weather, if he was going to New York and it was drizzling rain and it was really bad outside, he would use brandy to kind of warm himself up. Now, again, any doctor now would be like, no, there was better ways to do that. But that was what he did with what he had available to him. Now, funny enough, when Prime Minister Winston Churchill would come to the United States, he had a very specific ask list for the White House. And if you watched my Happy Birthday Winston Churchill tribute, you'd know at least kind of what to expect here. But it goes, the varying must-haves that Winston Churchill had to have were a tumbler of bedside sherry in the morning. Yes, morning. A few glasses of scotch and soda before lunchtime. And French champagne. Despite his half-American heritage, Churchill had no interest in stateside bubbly, and 90-year-old brandy before he turned in after a long day. Oof. Churchill, FDR once said of him, Churchill was the best man that England had, even if he was drunk half the time. So, quite a man, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a man who ended Prohibition, led to the end of the war, and ended a Great Depression. So that is why we raise our glass in tribute to this man. Happy birthday, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. So folks, be sure to like, share, subscribe, and be sure to join me on the 6th of February for Ronald Reagan's birthday as we toast to him with a little bit of California white wine, or red wine, goodness gracious. But we'll get to that another day. But folks, we're going to raise our glass one more time on the birthday of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the president of these United States. Happy birthday, Mr. President. So folks, I will catch you around and I will see you at the next one. See you later, folks. Happy birthday, John Quincy Adams. Welcome, one and all, to the K.O.E. Nation page for our tribute and toast for the birthday of one President John Quincy Adams. I am the devilishly handsome outlaw himself, your king of extreme, Phil K.O.E., joined by my indomitable broadcast partners in inebriation, the one, the only,
Tony fucking G. Like, share, subscribe.
and the one, the only,
Charms!
Yes, there we go, folks. Now you can finally hear him at home. All right. So we are here to celebrate the presidency and the life of one John Quincy Adams. He was the first presidential son, which we would find that once or twice in American history. His real love was Madeira wine. He was a proficient drinker, just like his father, John Adams. Both of them could seemingly just drink as much as they wanted without having much
inconvenienced from it. They didn't seem to really have slurred speech, make bad decisions. Only a few times in John Quincy Adams' diary did he mention being severely inconvenienced from his night before of drinking. So the Adams family was beyond a shadow of a doubt heavyweights of presidential drinking. And one of the ways that he proved it was one time John Quincy Adams had 14 types of Madeira wine placed before him, and he accurately identified the brand of 11. So
Wow.
that is a lover of spirits and a lover of wines.
Does Madeira differentiate that much brand to brand?
It depends. Madeira is fallen off in popularity over the last 150
I'm
years.
not familiar with this.
Is it like Fireball?
No, it's
Okay.
not. No.
That's fair.
Anyways, what Madeira is port is a wine that is fortified with brandy to help it hold for much longer in travel, or to just be able to cap it and hold it for years. Madeira is much the same way, except for they use a spirit distilled from cane sugar, so closer to rum.
Okay.
So if you're a lover of rum and if you're a lover of wine, Madeira might be something to check out, hopefully. We will see if it's something that we like. Now, Madeira, the reason it's called that is an island off the coast of Portugal that almost all Madeira comes from. There's a little bit that comes from like California and Texas, but it's not true Madeira.
Sure. What are we sampling here?
This is Portuguese fine, rich, sweet Madeira.
Ooh.
Now, there is dry Madeira, which some folks like that for drinking, some folks like it for mixing. It's really good for cooking. This is the dessert wine.
Aha, now we're talking.
Now you see what I mean about how it's like a whiskey. Oh, that's interesting.
Ooh.
Okay.
And it spends quite a bit of time in a cask as well, at least 3 years, which for wine is not bad. So let's see how the fancy drink of our forefathers hits the nose, because this was really popular pre-Civil War.
Oh, wow. Really
like
heavy, meaty brandy.
Sweet toffiness.
Like
Yeah, I do get the meaty,
yeah.
but not bad. I've had wines with meaty noses
Oh,
and
yeah,
I
yeah.
hated them, but
No, sweetness though, yeah. Like
again, I hate to keep bringing it up, but brownies.
yeah.
There's kind of like a brownie.
I was thinking
baked.
chocolate, but not specifically brownies. Maybe
Yeah,
a baker's chocolate.
Well, shall we? To John Quincy Adams. Happy birthday, sir.
Wow. There's the chocolate. Wow.
That's delightful.
That is super chocolatey.
This is a great after dinner drink.
Wow. Like
And
a chocolate grape.
and
That's
Dessert is
dessert
is
indeed.
proper.
And this bottle
Wow.
only cost me $19. So I can see this becoming a
Wow. That's
part of my dessert wine rotation. And
I
the
could-
great thing is, this bottle will last for years. So long as it's capped, you have wine that's good to go, that's great for after dinner occasions, and this bottle will hold for years.
damn.
That's tasty.
I like that.
Shockingly good.
Yeah, I'm surprised how much I like that.
Do you kind of see what I mean, where it's almost like a fusion of wine and rum?
Yeah.
I'm only not slugging it because you're giving me shit in the past.
So yeah,
But
you
it's
definitely
really
get the,
good.
Yeah, this one's good.
It is definitely a sugarcane sweetness. You get that.
Mhm.
You can taste that.
Sugar cane with that bit of grape in the middle,
Mhm.
but
Wow.
Yes, great. Yep.
And definitely that port, like you said, that port sticks out. I like that, in which,
you love
far
this
be it
sport.
from me to argue with a port cask.
Now, guys, before we move on here, this is interesting. Now, Tony, you've had port before.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe you have. I have had a
couldn't tell
lot
you
of.
about it.
So we'll leave you out of this particular one, but we'll grade this on 3 different scales here.
Okay.
As a fortified wine, which port and Madeira are fortified wines.
Okay.
As a wine,
Okay.
red wine, I'd say that's fair enough to call this a red wine. and shelving. So, as a fortified wine, since you've had port before, how would this stack up to the ports that you've had? 5-star scale, sir.
I'd give this 4.5 because I can drink this.
Yep, 4.5. As a fortified wine, I'm going to give this a 4. This is an excellent fortified wine. I imagine if you were to spend a shit ton more money, you could probably get something that'd be like, oh my God.
Yeah.
But yeah, this, for the money you're spending, for what you're getting, incredibly good value.
Sure.
As a wine, and germs, you're included in this one. Red wine. Of all the red wines you've ever had in your life, how's this one sound?
As a red wine, I'm not a big red wine fan myself, so I'm going to give this another 4.5.
4.5. Okay, germs.
I'll give it 5 because, yeah,
Not a
red wines to me are naturally bitter, and
Yep.
this is sweet.
Yep.
okay. So we got some really good reviews here on red wine. For red wine, I'm going to give this 3.5. This really does work as a red wine, and if you had somebody who's a real red wine snob coming over, and you were to pull out a bottle of this and serve them a glass, they would not feel underserved. So I would definitely recommend, if you're planning on entertaining and you want to seem like a bit more erudite and worldly than perhaps you even are, like, you're standing, if you're like the king of extreme and you're here at a party, like, I'm saying something incredibly funny, something incredibly erudite, just being the life of the party, and like, oh, why not? Oh, here you go. Here's some Madeira while we're at it, because I'm just such a worldly so-and-so. It's an excellent thing to pull out. So, shelving, Tony?
I'd put that at the top of my wine rack.
Okay.
I like it.
I don't have wine, but this is pretty good.
Okay, that's pretty good for that. That's an A+ as far as germs is concerned.
Fair.
It is.
This one, in terms of its shelving, as much as I hate to say it, this one would probably just be somewhere near the dining room table. Just so it could be readily used and available for anybody who came over. But this is a top shelf fortified wine, in case you're curious. So, marvelous. So, folks, please raise your glasses of whatever you may have at home, whatever your container of liquid, and toast to one John Quincy Adams, President of these United States. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Yes, happy birthday indeed. And folks, that has been all of my presidential birthday toasts that I've ever recorded. And I've been wanting to get through that on President's Day for some time. Now, folks, we're going to get a little bit of a shifting of gears here. This is something I think you're going to enjoy. Tony and I just did this just yesterday. So this is hot off the presses, folks. This is us going over the road to WrestleMania and reviewing the Royal Rumble all in one fell swoop. So without further ado, let's get right into it. Welcome, one and all, to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast for our Road to WrestleMania preview and Royal Rumble Fallout review, folks. Yes, I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes it the podcast hour, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, the lord of the Scottish Highlands, one handsome man, if I do say so myself. You can, of course, find me, K.O.E. Nation, on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter. And yes, folks, YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Twitter, where you can find me, K.O.E. Nation. Tonight we are on the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, and we're going to be looking into all the happenings that went down at Royal Rumble, and we're also going to be getting into a bit of a preview for WrestleMania. So yes, folks, Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast right here. Give us a subscribe on YouTube. I know we've been slacking. We've even been a little lackadaisical. Dare I say we have. But regardless, Lynn, you fucking dick. Well, I guess it's your choice.
Do you want this god awful private stock that's finished in a bourbon barrel that I got a little bit left? Or let's see what I got here. There it is. Tony and Chicken gave me this last year for Christmas. I never got into it. American Aviation Gin Deadpool edition. Haven't opened this yet, so I was thinking about just leaving it sealed as just kind of a Deadpool curiosity. But I don't know. I'll leave that as your call. You dick. So I'll, because this one tastes worse. The other one I don't know about. But if you make me do the other one, you're getting the full gin review. You're not just getting a little bit of gin. Because that's what we do around here. That's what we do around here, Lynn. So I'll let you choose if you want me to get to almost finishing that off or aviation. Yeah, save the pool for a special occasion. Fair enough. Fair enough. You know what? That's actually, I could think of a special occasion, but I'm not going to say. If you know, you know. So I'm going to pour me a shot of this god-awful gin because Lynn is one of the subscribers, and that is his privilege as one of them. And I'll always honor that. So, folks, goodness gracious. Knock something over down there. There we go. Whenever you pick something up with your toast, you always feel like it's an old George Carlin joke. Do you ever feel like you could survive in the forest or something? But all right, folks, to fighting, stealing, and drinking. If you're going to fight, may it be for a friend. If you're going to steal, may it be a lover's heart. And if you're going to drink, by God, I hope it's with me. Oh, that's nasty. There's no chaser except another drink. Ouch. I checked my subscriber privilege. Yes, you did. And you have it. You undeniably have subscriber privilege, Lynn. And it's been granted to you, sir. Oh, that was awful. That was terrible. But the subscribers get what the subscribers want, folks. So God bless you, Lynn. And we'll be catching up at some point in the future. Did you ever go to that Metallica concert, or is that going to happen yet? And if that does happen, I want you to give me the full breakdown one of these days. I mean, come on, it's Metallica. But without further ado, we're going to get right back into the road to WrestleMania. And we're going to go from there because we're going to be talking about the Royal Rumble for a little bit. And then we're going to be talking about WrestleMania itself. So just strap in, folks. It's going to be quite a ride. Of it all, folks. We may not be first, but we will be right. The Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. And now I am joined by my indomitable broadcast partner, the one, the only,
the 16-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion, non-chill filtered, quadruple distilled, your blend master of ceremonies himself, and your reigning, defending Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion, Tony motherfucking G. And you can find me at all of my podcasts and social media platforms at Linktree/Tony the Rod. And we are back again with the road to WrestleMania in a post-Royal Rumble edition. Yeah, Phil, we were, pardon me, sick of being tardy, but here we are anyway, and we're going to get this out, and we're going to talk Mania and a little bit of Rumble.
That well done, by the way. I'm jealous. I'm stealing that someday.
Thank you.
But yes, folks, we're back into the road to WrestleMania 41 even, or as I like to say, the 1-year anniversary of one of the worst events to ever happen in the history.
Greatest WrestleMania ever, WrestleMania 40, where Phil's Bruno Sammartino Roman prediction was completely fucking wrong, and thank God for it.
Tony, I actually have evidence. Now it's gonna take some connective tissue here, but I think that match might have been fixed. See?
Do you? Do you? Okay.
Now my document, it's from the New Jersey State Athletic Commission from the 80s. But we'll get into that later.
All right.
But
All
like,
right. That's fine.
I think on appeal, I'm gonna be able to get that loss overturned. Okay, in wrestlers' court on appeal, I think I'm liking my chances. So, but sparing that, as it looks, let's get right into the Rumble.
Yeah.
And it was a stacked card. I thought we were getting into an AEW pay-per-view.
I know. So many matches. All 4 of them. And here's the thing. We talked about this in the predictions and the previews of the Rumble about how this was going to be Triple H's really his first attempt at having the reins and planning a Rumble, because last go around, yeah, he was in charge, but it was still kind of, it was new. You know, he'd just taken the reins.
Baby.
Yeah, he was still kind of righting the ship and taking the reins. So this was his first go around with actual control. And it's quality over quantity anymore with these premium live events of WWE, because you don't have to stack the card. They do that once a year. It's a 2-day ordeal. It's WrestleMania. That's when you try to shove everybody down everybody's throats and get everybody on the card. So, yeah, this didn't have to be that. And the Rumble never does, especially when you've got 2 1-hour plus matches. Okay. You can't fit AEW sure as hell would put another 3-4 matches on this card. Thankfully, WWE didn't do that. Quality over quantity. And I think we got that this time around. So let's start off with the Women's Rumble. I'll be frank, this wasn't...
this philosopher king must be heard. Jesse West. Tony is a paper champion just like Cody. We know the belt should be on K.O.E. and Roman still. Okay, this philosopher king, but here in Fillmore County, we make sure that the voice of the voiceless is heard, much like it will be later tonight. Okay?
Hey, Phil, I just talked about quality over quantity, and you're trying to make the show run long. That's quantity, and quality would be wasting our time with trash comments like that from, well, let's face it, the king of paper champions, Mr. West. There he is. So,
you've been called out. The look on Tony's face made that worth it. Yep, just that deep, like that. Tony, of anybody you know, if you want that deep dissatisfaction, you'll get it out of T. Like it's really unto itself.
Maybe it's just you.
Apparently chicken too. So no,
that goes without saying. So listen, the Women's Rumble, it started the show, and it kind of had to, because you can't have if you're gonna have 2 of them, you gotta space these things out. And
I remember the first year they did it, that was the main event, because it was such a weird oddity that we all were just so curious how they were going to do it, that it became the main event of the Royal Rumble. And it was actually the right move to put it on last the first time they did it. Now it's got to, like I said, like I still consider the Men's Rumble the real Rumble. The Women's Rumble has to put in a few more years to really establish itself to main event status again.
It's not that it's not the same concept, because it's absolutely the same concept. It's that we've only really had one Women's Rumble since the inception of it that actually meant headlining WrestleMania, and that was the year that Becky Lynch won it. And even that came with some controversy when they had to add Charlotte to the mix. And in retrospect, at the time we were questioning it, but I really liked the build on the last couple of weeks going home, and I think adding Charlotte to the mix definitely helped that match become kind of what it needed to be. So that didn't upset me in the long run. Now, this being said, again, Triple H's true first year, really manning the ship and having the Rumble all to his own. The Women's Rumble, I don't know. I actually enjoyed 2024's edition more than most did. It kind of got tore apart online on the internet wrestling community. I thought it wasn't bad. This one, it wasn't exactly better, but it definitely wasn't worse.
I can't remember which year. I think it was like 2023, maybe 2022. Can't remember the year where we both thought that the women's rumble was actually better than the men's.
Yeah.
Where there's been
Might have
years
been
where that's
23. Yeah.
okay. Like it was a couple of years back, but it was like okay that and then the men's was kind of meh.
Yeah.
But what I'm gonna say this year, this was either feast or famine, really, in this match. You either got something really good or you got BFAB.
Yeah. And there was a lot of BFAB to be had. I'll be frank. There was the Rumble match, unfortunately, you get a lot of standing around, laying around for other people to get their shit in just to kind of kill time. And there was a lot of that in the women's.
Yeah. I mean, I'll just say it now in the men's Rumble. I mean, fuck, I don't think they should have even paid Penta for the nap he took.
Well,
For
we'll
40
get
minutes.
there.
Like, yeah, he was just, but yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. But yeah, here in the women's match, they actually, the new debuts, and not even the debuts, but the folks that people aren't all that familiar with, they actually kind of gave them a little bit of respect. But can I just I'm going to go ahead and say this. I think the women's rumble should be 20 women. I don't think it should be 30.
You could definitely do that. It's just the backlash that would happen. And it would be better if it were. Now, yeah,
They might have to next year because it's going to be in Saudi Arabia. There's going to be 30 people that 30 women that you're only going to be able to tell who they are by this. That's it. Or
That's
maybe they do
true.
it in 2 cities. Maybe they do the women's rumble here in the States.
Yeah.
Part of me would kind of prefer that just so that they don't have to go to Saudi Arabia.
Well, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So, Io Sky and Liv Morgan started at 1 and 2. And I'll be honest, like those two really put in the work this year. Now, it wasn't just laying around because they actually did work the match throughout this thing. And Liv Morgan, especially, I think, wow. And Perez set the record for the longest time spent in the women's rumble at 1 hour, 7 minutes, 47 seconds. The final 4 were Flair, Bella, Perez, and Jax. Trish Stratus got in there, Hall of Famer, looked good. Nia Jax, thank God, didn't win, looked god awful. Can't say anything bad enough about her. Alexa Bliss.
I'm not like most girls because most girls can wrestle. Like, yeah.
Alexa Bliss did get the return. She was going to be my surprise return pick. I wish I'd have stuck with it. She looked great. Hasn't missed a beat. Been almost 2 years.
Well,
Becky Lynch, unfortunately, did not return on this one.
I will say, Tony, I mean, the score was just so fucking close. You would have needed the point anyway.
Yeah, well, we got Nikki Bella instead. I did get the point for Jordan Grace as the surprise entrant. I enjoyed that. She was really good again.
Oh, she was spectacular.
She just came back and looked good at Vengeance NXT.
And just like nobody's thrown Piper quite like that. So
no, so it was great.
Outstruck. Like that was great. Like,
there were spots here, but it was like the last quarter of the match where business really picked up, which is to be expected, but still,
first 10 people other than Liv Morgan and Io Sky was mostly like, hey, we need some girls.
Yeah.
We need some women to just be in the ring.
So
yeah,
pretty much. And that's what they did. Your final 4, like I said, Flair, Bella, Perez, and Jax. Jax eliminated Bella. Flair eliminated Jax, and then Flair eliminated Perez to win the match, getting a world title shot. I'm just gonna say, and that's kind of why we waited a little bit to do this review, because the first week after the Rumble, you didn't really know what direction they were going to go in yet. They tease it, but they don't say outright, okay, here's who the winner is going to go after, because you gotta milk it for a week, and that's what they did again.
Now,
so
I think the fact that they had it was relative nobody, Perez versus Flair in the ring, and then it ends the way you think it's going to end. I think they did that on purpose to kind of tease the fans for later that night.
Maybe so, but
or
you got to, yeah, that could be. It's just a tease of things to come. So now Charlotte, obviously has her choice to pick any world champion she wants to wrestle at Mania. She could pick the NXT champion. She's not going to do that again. That was a one-off, folks. That wasn't going to happen again. It was just so they could do her and Ripley, and they've done that twice now. But they did tease her and Ripley Volume 3 at Mania, which signed me the fuck up.
I think we might be closing out some trilogies at Mania. We'll see.
No, because it was made, I believe, official now. Charlotte has picked Tiffy Time to go after at WrestleMania. So I know it's not exactly Tiffany Stratton versus Charlotte Flair is not Charlotte Flair versus Rhea Ripley, but we have seen that twice.
Should have been the trilogy.
It should have been, but I think this is more of a way to, you can do one of two things. You can get Charlotte to that. Obviously, they want to get her to 16 times, just like her father. Or this would be a massive way to cement a future star in Tiffany Stratton, which they are pushing her pretty hard. So I'm not going to tell you which way I'm leaning on this one yet. It's still too early, but both things are highly likely. So the match makes sense. And there's another person I like to face Ripley, and I'm hoping that's what we get it. We'll see what the Elimination Chamber brings, but I really, truly would love to see Bianca Belair. I don't think that's going to happen because I think that Rhea Ripley Bianca Belair match at WrestleMania, that's what needs to happen. If not this year, it's got to be next. So
okay, here's my. A part of me kind of fears that Ripley and Bianca are going to style clash too hard.
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
I don't think so.
Like normally both of them are 4-star match machines. But normally when you put two folks that are 4-star match machine, like I don't know why. I just think they're either going to make sweet, beautiful music or they're never going to wrestle again. That's going to be what's going to happen.
Well, they both kind of came out of NXT around the same time. And it's kind of been a study in contrast in the direction of both the women because Rhea Ripley, you knew she was going to be a star just based off the look and her style immediately. And you can flip her heel, you can flip her face, and it's going to work both ways. Meanwhile, Bianca has been a John Cena face in terms of no, it's smiles, it's happy, it's bouncy, happy, go lucky. I'm very positive, very face, very baby face, and they have not really deviated that at all. If you're going to do Bianca versus Rhea Ripley at any point, as hot as Rhea Ripley is right now, she kind of has to be the face. That would mean that elusive Bianca heel turn, and I'm really hoping for it because I think then, stylistically, a face Ripley versus a heel Bianca is going to mesh so much better than a heel Rhea and a babyface Bianca, even though you would think that would make more sense. I think the other way around would be better.
There's a way for the women's title match to main event night 2 of WrestleMania. Would you like to hear how?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Bianca Belair versus Charlotte Flair hair versus hair match.
Yeah.
You know I'm right. You know I'm right. Okay? Everybody be like, shit, are they going to cut Bianca's
Charlotte has to lose that.
Charlotte's a fucking team player, okay? Charlotte's gonna take the shaved head.
She'll do it,
okay? She would do. She's enough of a team player. She'd fucking do it, okay? Don't ever and she'd look good with short hair for like the 6 months that she's got it, and it would be fine. But the suspense of is Bianca going to cut her hair? Do you see what I mean? That would probably end up main eventing night 2 even.
So, yeah, Charlotte Flair has won another Rumble. She will go to Mania again. She will challenge for a world championship. And, I mean, this is she got a good response when she returned at the Rumble. But, of course, she did. Because coming back out after that on Raw and following that, they treated her like a heel. And she was trying to play more the face, where it's weird because Tiffany's more of a heel, but she has the crowd right now. So, it's going to be interesting to see how they go forward with this.
Yeah. Now, keep in mind,
I don't know.
Also happy to see Charlotte because there was a stretch of entrances in that Rumble where, to quote
Yes.
Jim Cornette, you would have to whack yourself in the face with a stick to see some stars. Okay.
That is true.
And so, all right, but now moving on to a match that everyone was so totally into. The crowd was on the edge of their seat.
No.
They couldn't help themselves. They literally the entire time they had to cut out all the "this is awesome" chants from this match, which was DIY versus the Motor City Madmen. Or Machine Gun. I'm sorry. Wow. Sorry.
Yeah, you were almost there. No, this I don't want to say this disappointed me, but yeah, DIY defended the WWE Tag Team Championships against Motor City Machine Guns, Shelley and Sabin.
Motor City Madman's Ted Nugent. Sorry.
Yeah. 2 out of 3 falls match. And this was pretty clear that they needed some action that wasn't Royal Rumble action to fill space.
Yeah, this is the
fill time. And it's unfortunate because, like, I like all these guys except for Gargano.
Yeah, I had a hard time giving a shit.
And that's the thing. Like, I didn't follow this closely. It is. It's a dead spot. But I wanted to see this. And I thought the match was good. I really did. Towards the end, I started getting into it, but it needed another gear. And the first fall happened pretty quickly. And that kind of always takes the piss out of a match of 2 out of 3 falls. If the first fall happens quick and it's not like a DQ so a heel can get an advantage, it just kind of takes piss out of it. Like, why can't you just beat teams that quickly all the time then? And that's always in the back of my mind when that happens. So I don't know. That kind of took me out of it right away. But DIY got the first fall after Ciampa pinned Shelley. It was running knee strikes. Okay. And then the Machine Guns tied it up not long after Shelley pinned Gargano after a Skull and Bones. Good spot. That's fine. Now it's tied as we expected. So that's a little flat, but it was fine. And these guys worked well as tag teams. The psychology was there. There wasn't anything offensive at all. And the spots were seamless. Nobody's throwing botches out here. They set up for Skull and Bones again, but then we got convoluted. 2 hooded figures appear, causes a distraction, allowed DIY to hit meet in the middle. Ciampa pinned Shelley. They retain the titles. After the match, it's a Street Profits are revealed as the hooded figures, and they go after both teams. So why even have them distract one team over the other if they're going to attack both? I mean, are you setting up a triple threat tag team? I don't know. And I like the Street Prop. Well, I like Montez Ford, and they've really it's been hard for me to give a fuck about them.
Angelo Dawkins is present.
He is present. It's been hard for me to give a fuck about the Street Profits ever since the dumpster cinematic match against the Viking War Machine Raider review. And I love Montez Ford as an athlete. So I really hope he can break away at some point and be a single star. But because the tag team thing, it's kind of run its course with them. I'm sorry, it has. They're a good team, don't get me wrong, but I'm not even like ecstatic to see where this is going to go with these teams. I'm just like, let's see where one of these guys can go.
I'll never forget when we were watching the cinematic match of the Street Profits of the War Viking Raider Experience Thrill Ride.
It was not thrilling.
You at one point, like, I had like kind of like that stupid grin on my face from like when he went to grab the turkey leg.
And he used the force to get the turkey leg.
Yeah. Phil, this is not getting over with. Phil, is this getting over with you? Like you were chewing me out. Like, oh, what? Oh, sorry. Thanks, T. That shit almost got over with me for a second. So
almost, but I was there to bring you back.
Moving on to the.
Well, hang on. Before we do that, I do want to mention the WWE did do some cuts here recently, and I would expect that that's going to continue. So keep your eye. Like, don't get me wrong, they just got the Machine Guns, and Ciampa and Gargano have kind of been golden boys, but in Angelo Dawkins, that's one that could be on the chopping block. I'm not saying that to be a dick. It's just kind of the truth because Montez Ford is the money moving forward. I'm just saying.
Tony. You don't see Angelo Dawkins main eventing WrestleMania.
Yeah, I don't. Moving on. So we moved on to the Undisputed WWE Championship. being defended in a ladder match, champion Cody Rhodes versus the winged eagle thief, Kevin Owens. And this, I almost felt like needed to be after the Women's Rumble because I didn't want it to be the dead spot, but somehow DIY and the Machine Guns got the dead spot because this went on before the Men's Rumble and it actually worked. I would have done it differently and I would have been wrong. This was an absolutely different animal altogether. And that's what I liked about the 4-match card because you had a Women's Rumble, you had a 2 out of 3 tag match, you had a singles ladder match, and then another Men's Rumble match. So there was a lot of variety here. And this was not a traditional ladder match because they really went for more of just a nasty, dirty brawl through most of it until they started doing the spot fest with the ladders.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like it was just spot fest after spot fest. And that surprised me because Kevin Owens is 1000% fuck yeah, let's cripple ourselves with the ladder. And Cody Rhodes is 1,000,000% guilty of overbooking his own matches. That's the greatest part of him not being a VP in the WWE because in AEW, it was, we got to get everybody into my match. I mean, from my fucking wife to my kids to my dog to my brother to 3 people that my opponent has feuded with in the last 10 years to the fucking janitor to some of the commentators to Tony Khan himself. So that hasn't been a problem in WWE.
And then his wife again.
And then his wife again, of course, 3 more times. But it's nice.
And Brandy.
It's nice when you can see what Cody's vision is, and then he's saved from himself by one of the agents. Because this wasn't overbooked, but it always teeters with Cody. It's always teetering, and you know what I'm talking about when you're watching the match.
You know he squeezes one more spot in that the agent said, I don't know about that one. Well, we got to go for it, Kevin.
And then they do. So this was it was pretty good, honestly. I really actually did enjoy this. During the match, Owens attempts to package pile driver, Rhodes counters, and he backdrops Owens onto a ladder. And I mean, the thing's V'd out on its side. The small Owens back, like just brutal to watch. Like literally, it looks like it should put him out of action for months.
Mm-hmm.
And then not long after that, Owens hits a fisherman buster suplex off like the middle rope onto Rhodes, onto a ladder that was bridged inside the ring. And I mean, they bounce off this thing like pinballs. Again, it should have severely hurt both of these guys. Ridiculously dangerous spot. Both of these. It was actually kind of hard to watch. So then you get the convoluted Sami Zayn story. Like, he's friends with both of them, but he goes further back with KO. So maybe he'll turn on Cody. He checks on both of them, and then he doesn't really do anything. He's just kind of there. I don't think it added anything to the match because he didn't really get involved. Had you, like, again, I was just saying how Cody overbooked stuff. Well, this was underbooked in this aspect of the story. He was really a non-factor. He was just kind of there. So then he
did kick him in the end.
Yeah, sure. Something. No.
But what I will say is Owens took one of the nastiest bumps I've seen in years.
So yeah, that's what I'm getting to because they continue. They get out to the announce desk. Owens tries another package pile driver, but Rhodes counters and he picks him up in an Alabama slam where you've got the guy draped over your back and held by the back of the knees, and you swing them over the top of your head.
Alabama slam.
And as he does that, he dumps Kevin Owens into a ladder that's bridged between the ring apron and the announce desk. Owens literally, like, the small of his neck, the back of his head, and the tips of his shoulders took essentially 99% of this bump. And it's the hardest thing to watch in the match, and that's saying something. I don't know how he didn't get hurt. I really don't, because he's a hefty boy. He's got a lot of weight, especially in the upper body. It should have broke his neck. It was a stupid spot to take, but good Lord, did it look incredible. Cody climbs the ladder, gets both the belts. He's still your champion. Zayn checks on Kevin after the fact, and Cody gets his shot in the background over a defeated, bloody Kevin Owens. It really, actually, really good ladder, and I must admit, I liked the spots with the mini ladder that had like 2 small rungs on it. They actually made good use of that, and it almost kind of made sense. Not, oh, it's a gimmicky thing in the middle of this. So overall, I really liked the match. I was surprised. I thought it was going to get overbooked, but it was just right. It towed the line a bit in a few spots, but overall, really good match.
Yeah, I'm gonna give that 4.5 out of 5 stars too.
I'll go 4.25. It was
It
really
was a definitely match of the night. I mean, Royal Rumble never counts. You can't say that's match. Like, it's very hard to call it because it's always going to be great because it's got so much star power. It's got 30 people in it, so
Yeah.
it's always. But well, now the moment of the night was the Rumble, which we'll get to.
good. So yeah, that leads obviously into the men's rumble, but we know Cody Rhodes is the champion still. He's going to either face the winner of the Rumble or he's going to face the winner of the Elimination Chamber. Or if something else happens where a number one contendership gets put on the line in between now and Mania, maybe we'll see. Because there's a lot of ways they could go with this. And that's the great thing I've liked about Triple H's booking so far. They dip their toes in a lot of shit as they're doing a storyline. And they're doing these big storylines very, very, very well. They're long-term booked, but they're not ignoring the rest of the roster while they're doing it. And that's how they used to do it when he was up and coming. And I think that's why it's so prevalent now with his booking, because they're not ignoring what could be off to the side. And that's so very important to setting up the next feud, because under Vince, under the last almost a decade, I'd say, it was very cut and dry. These 2 guys, these 2 guys, these 3 guys, this tag team, these girls. And it's very much tunnel vision booking. When they're done, they're done. The next night, they all move on. And it was start and stop. With this Triple H booking, you can feel future feuds being teased and mentioned and slowly built, seeds being planted. Yeah, layers. It's so very important. And with Cody, he's
must
been
have
so
Pat Patterson's old notebook.
Yeah. And with Cody, he's dipped his toes into so many different lakes. Like, which one's he going to end up with? And we'll talk about that after the men's rumble. So here it is, the main event, the men's rumble match. Mysterio and Penta start the match 1 and 2 respectively, and it was a nice little tip that I thought this was kind of nice, because this is one of those things like, oh, you've got Penta coming in. I want to see him against Mysterio. What a nice tease this was, because you didn't get the match, but you got a sample. And I like that. It was like a little Baskin Robbins ice cream sample. Okay, I see what we could have there. Unfortunately, though, Penta was eliminated like a minute and a half in, but we had to pretend that he wasn't.
No.
So that kind of sucked.
Yep. Like, here's the thing, Penta, he's pretty good, but I get the feeling the bright spotlight, he is finding it somewhat blinding, if that makes sense.
No, it does. It makes sense, because in AEW, he was put on a pedestal just by default because he was one of the early signings, and he was on that first card with Phoenix and the Young Bucks in that ladder match in Double or Nothing, the original one. And he was just kind of always regarded as tag team, luchador, high spot, crazy shit. And that was the niche. Well, he's been brought into WWE, but he's been treated like a much bigger deal and put in a light that he's never been in. And you know he's going to take risks. And whether that's him diving off his shit or trying to make stuff look as wild as possible, like being thrown over and almost eliminated, he takes some risks. And it didn't pay off this time because, yeah, everybody saw the footage.
I think it's also, like I said, the bright light and the precise camera shots.
Mm-hmm.
Some of his imperfections are starting to stand out.
Sure, but overall, I would say it's fair to say that overall, luchadors don't really tend to do amazing in the Rumble match.
This is my honest take here. You might think this is a little crazy, but after the new toy feel of Penta kind of goes away and he becomes just one of the boys, before he becomes one of the boys, I think they sent him down to NXT for an almost immediate world title run.
I would be all for that.
I think that would, because Ray Phoenix still has 6 months before his contract. He can get out. So
they could do that. They could do
but
that.
also
So,
I do have to say, well, I don't want to jump ahead too far. So what do you got next, T?
So, like I said, the only real luchador I feel like thrived in the Rumble matches is, of course, Rey Mysterio. Everybody else just kind of has, oh no, are we having a Mil Mascaras moment? But I digress. We're going to go.
What do you mean by that?
Hey, I'm going to jump up to the top of the turnbuckle and eliminate myself because I'm either stupid or a genius.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know. That's just kind of been my take with luchadors in the Rumble, and I have a ton of respect for him, but
now
yeah,
Conan,
Mysterio.
he had a pretty good take on that because Mil Mascaras, he jumps out on his own, and then Conan says in his mind nobody beat him, and that's why he did it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, and so but all right, so
we're gonna jump ahead to number 8 was Akira Tozawa, but he was attacked by Carmelo Hayes, who'd just been eliminated. Tozawa takes like one forearm to the back of the neck, and he's just completely incapacitated. So he's carried to the back, can't compete. Triple H is like, somebody's got to go out. Somebody's got to go
out. So I Show Speed makes his fucking Royal Rumble and WWE debut. And while Braun Breaker's fucking eliminating somebody, he helps him. So technically, he's got an elimination in the Royal Rumble. And I don't think Braun really took too kindly to that, gee.
Well, it was pretty ruthless because Braun Breaker, Jesus. Did you enjoy that spot, Phil?
Oh my God! It was one of the greatest things I have ever seen in the history of professional wrestling. Okay? When they say that Braun Breaker keeps his shit snug, he keeps it pretty snug. Let's call it that. Like, he just about speared him into another fucking time zone. Okay?
Yeah, so, YouTuber I Show Speed helps Braun eliminate Braun or whatever, and then as he's celebrating, Steiner is Breaker is running the ropes, hits the rope, and then flattens Speed with one of the stiffest, hardest, most crushing spears you could imagine. Oh boy, what a spear. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. It was amazing.
It's unto itself, really. Because
really?
And you could if you look at pictures of him, he's like looking up like, what just happened? Because all right. First of all, you could tell between him and Otis, they would have paid money to do these spots. Okay, they would have paid good money to be allowed to spear I Show Speed. Because boy, let me tell you, if there's one thing that wrestlers hate, it's just Johnny come latelys that think they're just going to steal the spotlight from all their hard work. And so, then Steiner, we can call him what he's eventually going to be. They pick him up. He picks him up, and he just sucker shits him up too. Because I Show Speed's not really here. Let me jump up to help you anymore. So he literally sucker shits him all the way up, no help, and then him to Otis, who then throws him on the table. That apparently cuts him all up, and so he literally is concussed. And I watched his stream. Have you watched his stream?
No.
Oh, it's delicious. You need to. They literally have to. They have two guys carrying him. They put him on the cart. They have to cart him out of the arena, and his cameraman still got his camera in his face. He goes, "Guy, I'm never doing WWE ever again." No, he's heavily concussed. He's with the minute I saw that, oh, dude, he's no, for the next 3 days, So that was the single greatest moment in Royal Rumble history.
Was go that far, but all right.
Well, it's also the most viewed moment in WWE history with over 300 million views in 24 hours.
Brutal.
So, like, yeah, Braun Breaker spearing ISHO Speed into another fucking universe. It was the most viewed WWE clip of all time.
Yikes.
Yep. Now,
Yikes.
Tay, if you had to pick one, if you could only pick one, yeah, it would probably have to be that.
I guess.
So moving on.
So yeah, we're gonna move on past the YouTuber. This was one of my favorite spots because at number 15, surprise entrant, TNA World Champion. Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. Makes his Royal Rumble debut. Was fucking great. He even got a choke slam on Breaker, wasn't it? Like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Treated him
And
with
he
some fucking
did.
respect.
He did kick Roman Reigns
Yes.
in the gut, and Roman sold for him. He does his little thing, and then come on, it's Roman. It's the guy currently wearing Hulk, Andre, and Bruno's boots. Of course, the fact that you got to even grapple with him is an honor. Okay, so Joe Hendry, from what I've seen, not bad, guy.
No, he's a solid.
Minute his contract's up, he's probably coming.
Oh, absolutely. He's going to be an NXT main eventer for sure quickly. Reigns in at 16. He eliminates Breaker after Breaker hit him with a spear.
Oh, so, yeah, that one was a bit snug as well.
Absolutely, but it made sense. Breaker gets him, hits him with the big one, and then Roman gets him back. So they gave him a back and forth. I like that. That's another little sprinkling of, hey, maybe they could do this down the line. He also eliminated Sheamus, Hendry, and The Miz does Roman. Miz was in at 14. Yank. Drew McIntyre came in at 17. And Shinsuke Nakamura, U.S. champion, at 19. And another one for me, AJ Styles returns from injury at number 21. And he looked great, which he always does. Big shock. Braun Strowman enters at number 22. And he went right after Jacob Fatu, who came in at 12 and fucking wrecked people, mind you, at 12. That was Jacob Fatu's fucking just perfect at the monster role. Absolutely adore it. Strowman, though, ended up eliminating Fatu, which I was surprised. So I think they're setting that up for another big showdown there where Fatu absolutely destroys Strowman, because that's what you have to do eventually.
Oh yeah, to get Fatu over,
sure.
Getting a big W over Strowman would really do it. Actually,
unfortunately for Strowman, he was eliminated by the man who cannot be seen at 23, the one and only John Cena.
For Tony, this is his last Royal Rumble.
And that was what he came out. The towel said, for the last time. You're like, oh man.
For realsies.
Feel old.
No, okay. Now here's the thing. I could believe this is his last Rumble, because why would he want to do the hour and a half thing? But if he comes out with a last WrestleMania, I'm like, yeah, If you still have two working legs under you, there's something about that appeal of WrestleMania. It's just gonna, like, Stone Cold Steve Austin, the one guy that we never thought was coming back, came back for WrestleMania. Okay,
that's true.
Like, so he's never gonna do another Rumble. We did watch his last Rumble. That is true. I do believe that. But if he tells you that it's his last WrestleMania, wolf tickets. I don't believe it. Now, this will probably be his last Elimination Chamber, because why the fuck does he want to get into a cage again?
I sure wouldn't if I were him. I mean, why? Why would you?
Exactly. Now, if he wins, him and Cody would be one hell of a match.
Well, we'll get there. Don't jump the shark yet. We've got a little bit of Rumble yet.
Shit, don't want to spoil it for the folks.
Yeah, I know, if they haven't seen it in the last 2 weeks. Reigns and Cena has a standoff in the ring. Punk comes in at 24. You've got Reigns, you've got Cena, you've got Punk, three-way stare-off, and then at 25, Seth freaking Rollins. So, holy
At this
shit.
point, I'm having flashbacks of Royal Rumble 1992. There's a
Why
lot
so?
of talent in the ring.
Oh,
Okay?
yeah, for sure.
Like, yeah, in terms of Royal Rumble, like everybody admits that the best WrestleMania is 17, but the best Royal Rumble match, that's 92.
The match, yes, 92.
Yeah. The rest of the cards, a typical early 90s WWF card. So,
Yeah, top three for me is 92, 2001, and of course, 2020.
ooh, okay. Was that the one Nakamura won?
20?
Or was that Roman?
That was Drew McIntyre.
Oh, fuck, that's right. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot.
Well, I knew that. So with with those four in the match now, you've got so many stories here. Like, obviously, you and I thought it was going to be one of those four men because I had Rollins picked as my top guy, Punk as my second, and Cena as my one. You had Roman as your top, Punk as your second, and Cena as your 1 point. Like, it has to be one of those four guys. Sure.
Obviously, it should. Money Sense says one of them should.
Right.
So
but here's the thing with the Rumble. At one point, it was like a way to build a new star, not get a current or old star into the main event. And that's what it's kind of become. So, yeah. Keep that in mind.
The minute I saw this T and I saw 70,000 people all doing that, I'm like, fuck. They might actually do this. They might actually give it to Jay because, like it or not, he's got one hell of a reaction out of the people now. And that's what T, when it was over, you again had 70,000 people doing this shit. You and me, we go to the arena. We're going to be doing this. You know I'm right.
So the final entrant was Logan Paul at 30. I love this. Logan Paul was fantastic in this. Go figure. He's good at everything he does. And anybody who doesn't like him is just not very smart. I'm sorry. So with everybody down, Reigns and Rollins tried to eliminate.
Wait. Say that again.
I said, if you don't like Logan Paul, you're not very smart.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the opposite there for a second. I was like, whoa, bro. Here's the thing. Logan Paul, personality, with anybody, you can take or leave that. I don't know much about him as a person. I don't follow his social.
I don't care about him as a person. I'm talking about the artistry of his wrestling.
If, this is kind of like what Brock Lesnar could have done in the early 2000s. If he dedicates himself to professional wrestling, he could be one of the greatest that ever lived, and probably the greatest that ever lived. Now, the problem with Logan Paul is like 20 times worse than Brock Lesnar's problem, and that's distraction. There's a lot of different things that he wants to do, and so he can't dedicate as much time as he would need to this one craft. And that's Brock Lesnar as well. If Brock Lesnar would have never gone to the NFL or to the UFC, he would have become the greatest professional wrestler that ever lived.
And if he wouldn't have gotten into golden showers and scatting with Vince. Moving along.
Allegedly.
Sure,
I don't know if that's, but Tony, Vince has got, judging by the shit that's been going on lately, Vince has got a way better legal department than we do. So we just had to throw that one in there. That guy's, jeez.
All right.
He's got all the lawyers of the Eastern Seaboard putting time in for him.
Okay.
Anyways,
Phil, let's get through this. It's been 2 weeks.
Let's eat that.
So Reigns and Rollins are trying to eliminate each other. Punk sneaks up from behind and eliminates both of them. And it's like, at one point, you're like, okay, I knew at some point some of these guys had to go. But even when it happens, you're like, holy shit, it happened. Punk did it. He's going to win this fucking thing. But your final four are Punk, Cena, Logan Paul, and Jey Uso. And you're like, well, obviously it's not going to be Logan Paul. It's not going to be Jey Uso. It's going to be Punk or Cena. Holy shit, what a final two it would be if it's Punk and Cena. But Punk gets eliminated by Logan Paul. Holy shit.
Ouch.
Didn't see that
That
coming.
hurt.
It's amazing, though.
Yes,
because you don't
but
see it coming.
still, yeah.
Yeah,
I was like,
there's no ouch here.
I kind of wanted Punk to win. Okay,
I did too. I absolutely wanted Punk to win, but having Logan Paul do it being a surprise, and we both fawn over Logan Paul, so this was perfect. And outside of the ring, you've got Rollins, and he gives a curb stomp to Reigns. He attacks Punk, and then another curb stomp on the steel steps to Reigns. Now Reigns has a reason to be gone for a bit because he didn't win the thing, and Punk and Rollins are going to be feuding. So this was perfect. So Cena attempts the AA on Logan Paul. Jay hits a super kick on Paul, follows by Cena clotheslining Paul over the top rope, gets rid of Paul. It's Cena and Uso. Your final two. You're like, oh man, wow, okay.
So John Cena
Good for
gonna
them.
win his last Rumble. That's
Yeah.
so nice of him.
That's what you think. And you're like, oh, okay. It gives Uso some total cred. It gives Cena a win. All right.
Yeah, a little bit of cred.
Then they get over top of the rope. They're on the apron. Uso hits a super kick, but he holds on. He gets an AA on Uso. Uso lands on his feet inside the ring and then knocks Cena off the apron. Jey Uso wins the fucking Royal Rumble. Didn't see that coming even when he was the last guy in there with Cena. Like, holy crap. And we've talked about it. And yeah, he's over and it makes sense, I guess. You want to establish another talent. This is how you do it. I'll be frank. I'm not.
The problem is, like, T, let me sum up your frustration here.
I don't know if you can.
I think I can. Remember when we were going into SummerSlam many years ago, Braun Strowman had the Money in the Bank briefcase. He was on mother flipping fire. Okay. He was on fire. He was as over as anybody could ever be. And he was close to being the next Steve Austin, truth be told. Instead,
I don't know if that far, but yeah, he was pretty good.
They pulled the rug right out from under him, and they went with Brock's booking that made everybody but Brock look like an idiot that night. And Braun, he never quite recovered after that. And so I think a lot of people's internal question, whether they put voice to it or not, is why Jimmy? Jay. Why Jay? Of all the people that have always had all this momentum and all this fire behind them, why is Jey Uso the one that's getting it?
I get the sentiment, yeah, and you're right. Like Braun, yeah, Brock Lesnar is the reason that Braun Strowman didn't get over, because Braun Strowman
had bigger arms than Brock.
No, it's because he potatoed Brock in the middle of a match one time.
Oh, that was right.
And he's never forgiven him for it. So he's fucked over Braun in a Hell in a Cell non-finish angle. He fucked him over with the briefcase angle. And then Braun had to do all the nonsense with Bray Wyatt cinematic horse shit. And then he had to lose to Wyatt and Roman to start the Roman thing. Braun never has ever recovered from any of that. But moving back to this, it's Jey Uso's turn right now, and it's Jim Cornette, love him or hate him, he's right. It's the hot dogging. And if you don't understand the term, it's kind of what The Rock used to do. It's really flashy offense that makes absolutely no logical fucking sense. Because if you're fighting somebody and you take the time to wave your hands around and dance a little bit before you deliver a strike, you're going to get your fucking ass kicked. And that's 90% of Jey Uso's offense is jumping around, dancing, and you're not doing capoeira. You're just swinging your arms around. And it's
Tia, hit you with a jab.
Yeah.
But first, jab. Yeah. That's the way fights go. But
it's if you were punching the Road Dogg and he stopped to do a fucking little shuffle in the middle of the fight. But that's all of Jey Uso's matches. So
in Road Dogg's defense, though, he hits you in the face with 5 jabs in a row, so you're at least a little dazed. And so you can at least make because he looked boom, 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 bam. Okay, like that, you can still see through the BS. Okay, you can still see through the nonsense, but with Jay's, it's literally like, whoa, guys, whoa. What?
It's like he's in a dance club while he's fighting, and once you see it, you can't unsee it, and that's the problem. And here's the thing: he doesn't need to be Guy Smiley. Like, you've turned him in to The Rock, Rocky Maivia, in the way that you're putting him out there as a baby face, and that's not how The Rock succeeded. He succeeded by being serious, delivering fiery promos, and they've taken that away from him. Like, that's when he does his best work, when he's dead serious, when he's talking with passion and intensity, and you're like, oh, I can really feel this. And then he like gets into a fight. That would work. Flashy Guy Smiley, that doesn't work. I don't love that, and it's going to be an absolute failure. So
now that you say it, I understand what Jim Cornette means when he says he thinks he's The Rock.
Yes, exactly.
When he thinks he's The Rock, so he can do all the flashies, you know, like. Now, I don't.
And they're dressing him up like The Rock, Rocky Maivia. The blue and the white and the tassels and the
now I will say
too much.
It's looking like it's going to be him and Gunther.
Well, first off, what did you think of the Rumble match overall? Because honestly, I really liked the match. I thought it was probably,
other than the end, it was great.
I thought it was one of the best we've had in years.
Now, T, I also said that about the Fiend versus Seth Rollins Hell in a Cell match.
No, that whole thing sucked.
Other than the end, it was great.
No, it wasn't. God damn it, Phil. The red lighting throughout the whole match.
Tony, you know why it was great? Because up until the end, the audience was still fully invested in the Fiend.
No, they were invested in who the fuck is in the ring. Or they're sitting on the edge of their seats. No, they're leaning forward and squinting because they can't see. And I'm not wrong. So you've got Jey Uso. He wins the Royal Rumble, and now he's got the option to challenge. He's not going to go after the fucking NXT title. We know this. We're not going to waste our time here. He's going to either go after Cody or he's going to go after Gunther. And again, they took about a week to really kind of cement this out. He took on Gunther and lost at Saturday night's main event. So they've had a match before. Cody and he are in good terms, but it's like, hey, if you challenge me, I'm going to have to take you down. Sorry, I'm the champ. You're going to be in my way if you choose me. Gunther, you just can't beat me. I've already beaten you. Why embarrass yourself? Why waste this opportunity? Do yourself a favor. Don't come after me. And I love that. And I think stylistically, it's a way better option. Yes, he's picking Gunther because why in the fuck would you do Jey Uso Cody? That's not the match. That's not the match. That's just not the match. Cody can't. That's not the story. The story is not there. I can't even wrap my head around why you would do that match. So no, it's obviously not going to be Cody. It is going to be Gunther and Jey Uso for the World Heavyweight Championship. I think that makes a lot of sense. And I'll be frank, I think you have Gunther go over. I don't care if Jey Uso's over. Gunther is a better wrestler, and he needs. He needs that
sacrifice that heat to get Gunther over more as a heel.
Yes, because it's a long-term.
Because everyone's going to hate him
heat.
more.
Yeah,
because he's a hateable guy. I mean, just look at him.
Yes,
okay,
that's the point.
He just looks like every bully that's ever bullied anyone in the history of bullying.
Yes, and that's perfect. And he's great at it. And he's a great wrestler. And I hate the idea of taking the belt off of him. And I'll be frank, nobody respects the belt. So you need to establish a guy like Gunther with the belt to really get that belt over, because it's kind of been a disaster. Like, Rollins was in one of his worst Rollins phases when he had the belt. Damian Priest was about as bland as it gets in terms of a title holder. Gunther has been fantastic carrying the belt around, but we all still think of it as the true Intercontinental title. You don't have to say I'm right, but I'm fucking right.
I mean, you're right. It's
I am
the
right.
Real Intercontinental title,
and that's what it is. So
a guy like going to have a great IC run.
Gunther's got a great chance to really solidify this as an actual belt. So I just you're going to get
the
short
same
term.
with the UK title. He basically, hey Gunther, we need you to get another belt over.
Yeah. And that's what he does. And he does it well. He did it with the Intercontinental title. And now he's doing it with the World Intercontinental title. So
Now,
I'm more like, are we going to sacrifice Gunther's reign for very short-lived, yay, Jay's the champ, and now, it's another Priest run. Because that's what it's going to be. I'm sorry. Once the novelty's worn off on Raw, he gets the you deserve it within a month.
He's going to be all teary-eyed. He's going to hold the belt like this. I got to sit. I've dreamed of this. This is my childhood dream, and I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy to just be here.
You deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it.
Meanwhile, the actual Rock would be like, forget you people. I do deserve this more than anybody because I'm better than everybody here.
Exactly.
And you are lucky to even be able to buy tickets to see me. Okay, like that's being a star. Okay, and so you deserve it. Like, it's
going to be very watered down.
That would be one chant I would hate to get.
So I'm just. Do you really sacrifice what Gunther's got for very short-term payoff that people are going to get sick of pretty quickly and go, maybe we should not have him as champion anymore? Because guess what? It's happened with Damian Priest. It happened with Kofi. You don't like it. You get what you want, and then you get bored of it really fucking quickly. So I don't care. Let's just not do it. Jay'd be a great guy to have lose the match to Gunther. So let's do that.
But they're gonna give it to Jay just because.
I hope they don't for Jay's sake, because I think overall it's going to be a failure. And if he's going to ever win the belt, it shouldn't be off of a failure. Turn him heel and let him be an intense dickhead. I think that's going to be way better. So now we know.
I got to be honest, a barely established title on a barely established wrestler is not a very good fit.
No, and it's not going to work. And that's why this belt has been a disaster.
The RWP title has more length, lineage, time, and legitimacy than the current World Heavyweight Championship. Okay, like if they would have, there's so many different ways they could have done that. But anyway,
there's so many ways.
But now, Tony, two things. We need to get down to brass tacks because it's starting to smell like chicken upstairs.
We need to. Yes, we're going to finish this out, and we're on the road to WrestleMania.
So, last question is, who's Cody facing?
So that's where we're left. We know that Gunther and Jay are going to be going head-to-head for the World Heavyweight Championship, and we know that Tiffany Stratton will be defending the WWE Women's title against Charlotte Flair, looking to add another mark to her established run. So we've got three questions, really. Who is going to be facing Cody? And it will be the winner of the Elimination Chamber. Who will be facing Rhea Ripley, the winner of the Women's Elimination Chamber? And who's going to face John Cena? First off, we know in the Men's Elimination Chamber, I had it.
Who do we know so far?
I think it's Cena, Punk, Drew, Logan, Priest, and somebody to be determined.
Okay.
And then in the women's, it's Liv Morgan.
That's not Roman Reigns, and the question is, who does Roman Reigns wrestle?
Yeah, see, I don't think John Cena is going to win this either, though. I mean, that's just me. And then the women's,
you have them wrestle each other.
Hang on. Women's Elimination Chamber, you've got Liv Morgan, Bianca Belair, Alexa Bliss, Bayley, Naomi, and one yet to be determined. And then also at the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view, you've got Tiffany Stratton and Trish Stratus versus Nia Jax and Candice LeRae, whatever. This is odd to me. So I feel like this is them trying to really establish, okay, Tiffany, you've been kind of a fun, bitchy quasi-heel, but we're definitely going to make you a face now because you're teaming with Trish Stratus. obviously you're going to get cheers. So they want to boo Charlotte, let her be a heel. They want to be cool behind Tiffany, let her be the face. This will make sense. And whoever wins that match, it's going to make way more sense. So you've got two elimination changes. See, and this is what drives me nuts. You've got the Royal Rumble, you got a men's and a women's. And then right away at the Elimination Chamber, you've got a men's and a women's. I mean, I get it. I understand it. But there's another way we could be doing this to get these
God
number one
forbid you
contenders.
throw in a third gimmick in there.
I don't know. There's another way we could do this, but we still have one to be determined for both of those matches. But
Well,
it looks
Tony,
pretty good.
You could have done the Money in the Bank and Titan Towers again. Remember how much you loved that?
Fuck you. So going against Rhea Ripley will be the winner of Morgan, Belair, Bliss, Bailey, Naomi, and one yet to be announced. And I'll be frank, it's not going to be Naomi. It's not going to be Bailey. I would love it.
I think it's going to be Charlotte. She's going for both of them.
They could potentially do that. That's actually not
if
a
they
terrible
did
option.
do that, I'd love it. Like, yeah,
I would too.
She's really trying to get to that fucking 16 quick.
See, but this is what I think. I mean, you teased the Liv Morgan. She's going to be the last one to get eliminated because you could have that Rhea Ripley Liv Morgan match again, which has been the story for a good chunk of a year now. But I think this is how you get Belair into the match if you're going to do that match. I'd love to see Bliss. I don't think that's going to happen. So I'm actually pretty excited to see who's going to face Rhea Ripley. I think this is going to be this could be a really good elimination chamber match for the women.
Oh, all right. We pussyfooted around enough.
Now, the men's. The men's. This is big. This is huge. This is probably going to be the main event of night 2. Cena, Punk, Drew. Those three names right there all make perfect sense. The Cody Cena match, that's big money. That's big. Cody's had the belt for a year. Cena's coming back. This is his last run. It makes perfect sense. This is a good example of how to do a baby face versus a baby face. It's like a Warrior Hogan matchup at Mania in terms of baby face versus baby face. But CM Punk, it gives him. He's also a baby face. It's kind of the same idea, but this is him coming back to the company after being away for so long, and he really gets a chance to headlight Mania for the first time. It's the one thing he never got to do, and he's on the way out too. But Drew McIntyre, he's been so good as a bad guy under Triple H that, God, him and the Punk feud was just incredible. You could do this. Drew McIntyre would be a great heel opponent for Cody into Mania. He's probably not going to win the belt, but God, it'd be great. He'd be intense. He'd make Cody look human leading up to the match. It'd be a triumphant battle and overcome for Cody. That's exactly what he needs, even as a champion. Obviously, Logan Paul is not going to win this thing, but dear God, a Logan Paul Cody Rhodes match, fuck it, I'm in. I'd watch that.
It'd be good.
Damian Priest, on the other hand, former world heavyweight champion,
I'll be right back.
or not, he does make kind of sense if you're going to have guys fill this thing out. I don't hate the idea. He's got to get some momentum back if he's ever going to be back in the world title picture. This is the only way to do that. And Cody would be a great opponent for a Damian Priest because stylistically speaking, they could have a pretty methodical back and forth affair. And I think that would be a great match. I don't think that's the best option here. And who's going to be the one left open? Is it going to be Roman Reigns vying for a rematch with Cody at WrestleMania? That would be 3 straight WrestleManias with Cody and Roman headlining the thing. And I don't hate the idea. I really don't, because as much as I liked the main event of 40, it got really busy. And it kind of felt like Cody needed a lot of help to overcome Roman and all the help he needed, which I get it. It leveled the playing field, but it kind of did dilute Cody getting the W. Always what I thought when Stone Cold bashed The Rock in the head with the chair and let Mick Foley pin The Rock to win his championship. Yeah, he needed help, but it leveled the playing field because he was getting quadruple teamed by everybody else. So this would be a way for Cody to say, okay, I did it on my own this time. If he were to face Roman again at Mania and beat him this time, that would be a way to say, we did it fair and square this go around, and I was the better man. But the thing that I think if you're going to do Roman as the guy who wins the Elimination Chamber, you got to factor in CM Punk is still owed a favor from Paul Heyman, and they keep teasing this and bringing this up for a reason. CM Punk's got to get into the world title picture at some point, and he wants to be the headliner of Mania. Does
If
Roman
he don't do it this year? Does he ever?
Well, that's what I was just saying, though. He's running out of time. So if Roman were the mystery opponent in this match to be announced yet, and Roman won this thing because CM Punk comes up just short again, is that the favor from Paul Heyman? I want in that match too, Paul. Make it happen. And it's a triple threat. Punk, Roman, Cody. I think that makes sense. But here's the thing. I also think you could make Seth Rollins the other mystery spot. So if you did that, Rollins versus Cody at WrestleMania, that's why I picked him to win the Rumble. You could do that here and still get that bag. And this would actually seal Seth Rollins back again as a top talent, finally getting that win against Cody after looking like such a buffoon last year at WrestleMania. So you've got a lot of options here. You've got Cena, you've got Punk, you've got Drew. It's not Logan Paul. You could potentially do Damian Priest. You've got Roman, and you've got Rollins. So you've got 6 real options to face Cody, and we've got the Elimination Chamber to get there. And I think this is going to be a fantastic Elimination Chamber. March 1st. I'm actually excited for this one, and this is in Germany, by the way.
I'd be the same.
Yeah, I'm going to look up what time this is.
So, yeah, this is going to be interesting. But, basically, T, I know you're going to be like, really? I think they're going to do it. I think they're going to they're going to give Roman Reigns the W at Elimination Chamber. He's going to be the to be announced. I think he's going to face Cody at WrestleMania, the trilogy. And Roman Reigns is going to set right the wrong of last year and reclaim his championship and restart from the very day he left off his title reign, because Cody's is completely illegitimate, Tony. Completely illegitimate.
All that nonsense aside, I think your most realistic chances here right now are Roman versus Cody 3 for the 3rd year in a row, the trilogy, and Cody getting a chance to beat Roman by himself, Roman getting a chance to beat Cody by himself, no interference from anybody else.
Whoa. That first year, Roman, by the book, fair and square, down the middle. Okay, what are you talking about, T?
Again, I'm saying your most logical choices at this point are Roman versus Cody, are in a pinch Priest versus Cody, but it's not going to be that. Drew would be a good choice, but it's not going to be that. It's going to be Cena versus Cody, or it's going to be Punk versus Cody, or I honestly think at this point it's going to be the triple threat. Cena
Punk,
as much as I like Cena, Cody, I think it's going to be the triple threat of Punk, Roman, Cody. Again, I do like the idea of the Rollins, but I just don't know. I'm not sold there yet. I got to talk myself.
I'm going to be honest. If it's not Roman, Cena versus Cody is good because, it's a good send-off for Cena.
Oh, why did I say Germany? Sorry, Phil. It's not in Germany. I don't know why I said that. It's in Toronto.
Okay. Well, pretty much. Okay. I mean, indistinguishable to you. I mean, you're just off by a few feet. Okay?
Yeah, just a few feet.
So
again, if I'm going to rank these options, Paul is at the bottom. Priest would be next. McIntyre would be the next choice.
I'd put Paul above Damian Priest.
I almost could too, but no, it makes more
sense.
sense.
He's like Tony. Damian Priest in the main event of WrestleMania is snooze fest.
Phil, it's not going to be Logan Paul because it's just not. I'm sorry, it's not. I would like Paul just because we like Paul better. It doesn't matter. It's not going to be him. It would be Priest because they want to get some credibility back because he's a former champion. That's why. Like it or not, it doesn't matter. That's how it is. I'm right. I'm sorry. I don't like it either.
All right. Well, honestly, I would say then Drew, then Seth.
I think Seth's higher than that. I think he's a higher option than John Cena because I don't think this is the year Cena gets the title shot. I think it's next year. I think next year's the Cena. This is why I'm saying that, because I truly think it could also be an option for that last mystery spot fill we haven't even talked about. Next year, I think for the last WrestleMania of John Cena's career, it should truly be John Cena versus Randy Orton for the Undisputed World Championship. And how do you springboard that? You make Randy Orton the last guy in this match. Have him win this match, and heel Apex Predator, Viper, Legend Killer, bad guy Randy Orton goes after Cody. We've been wanting to see it since Cody came back. This is also a very good option. So there's like 8 realistic options for Cody Rhodes.
But I'm going with Roman. What's your final pick for now?
For now, I think I would pick the triple threat of Punk and Roman and Cody. And my next up with that would be Rollins. And I think my third option there would be maybe Orton, honestly. And then Punk or Cena.
That would, I think honestly, Orton Cena as the main event for SummerSlam. I think that's what you do. But
I think you've got to get a Cena Orton match in before either of them hang it up. No. You have to.
But, well, Tony, folks are just going to have to tune in right here at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast.
Yeah, we're going to keep breaking this down. Not every week, but as things start to break down and happen, we're going to start adding matches to Mania. We've only got 2 for sure that we know are going to happen. We got a lot of matches on a 2-day show, April 19th to 20th. It's Allegiant Stadium. It's Las Vegas. It's WrestleMania 41, for goodness sake, folks. We're on the road to WrestleMania. It's WrestleMania season. And we're going to be back here. That's why this is the first of several installments of the Road to WrestleMania. This is just the post-Rumble version, and we've got a lot to break down as it comes in and happens week to week. We're going to find more out. Excellent. And as that happens, we're going to give you the ins, the outs, our thoughts, and we can't wait to talk about it more.
So, folks, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, thank you for joining us here at the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast for this breakdown and analysis of the Royal Rumble and the road to WrestleMania. I am your King of Extreme, Phil K.O.E., the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes the other podcasts cower. You can, of course, find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and Twitter-X, depending on your political persuasion or how you think of Elon this week. You can find me on either one of them, folks. God bless every last one of you, and I can't wait to see y'all on the next one. And T, I can't wait to catch you a little later tonight at the local happening. So, God bless all y'all. Travel well.
Folks, again, if you're not already, make sure you go over to the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast, specifically on YouTube, or go to the Big Buckin' Empire on Facebook. Hit subscribe on either, or both preferably. Another way you can get there, go here, Linktree/Tony the Rod. I guarantee you'll be able to find it from there. But we've got a lot of Road to WrestleMania coverage to talk about, and we can't wait to talk about it with you. And especially next time. Got a lot of people watching, but you're more than welcome to talk to us in the comments and give us your thoughts. So on the next one, keep that in mind, but be sure you hit subscribe to catch us for the next one, and we will see you then.